Hi guys. There we go. All right, glad to see you all here. This is, of course, the Grand Tournament hosted by Fantasy. Pretty much the most stacked UT4 Duel Cup that's ever happened. So hyped for that. Has a 5.5 grand USD prize pool and lots of excellent duelers all assembled here. We're going to be playing some duels today and tomorrow. So all over in one weekend, loads of games and hopefully some very interesting matchups. I am at one of two streams bringing you the first day, so Dusic is also streaming. That's Twitch TV/Dusic with an underscore at the end. So tune into his stream as well if you want to catch the other side of the bracket. I'm just waiting for the first round to start. Players are pasting their map bans. We're going to start with Anzu versus Exit next right. And I'm going to set up some fancy new scenes. Wolf and I have been spending lots of time working on stream graphics, so we should have some. But I imagine there'll be some teething variants along the way. So yeah, I'm assuming we'll be playing on New York City. So obviously this is an NA Duel Cup, so we'll primarily be playing on North American servers. But there are a substantial number of good EU players playing as well. We've got players like Snatch and Scrims playing, and then also Anzu, who will be watching next. And some players who haven't played for a while. Dylan returning to form for this Duel Cup. Aiko, of course, also playing. And then you have Dion 59x. So those are your EU representatives here in the Cup. That's interesting. Something's going wrong with these scenes, but we'll have to see what's happening. Might already have to restart OBS. That would be fun, wouldn't it? No, there we go. No, it's not working. Oh, what a wonderful start. There we go. So this is our first round matchup. Will be Anzu versus Exit. And we've got the map picks and bans in. So the way this cup works is you're allowed to make, I think both players make a ban, and then you're not allowed to make that first ban the next round. So players do have to be a bit careful of what they do and don't pick and ban. So you're not going to be able to permaban a map that you don't like. So all players are going to be playing all maps, presumably throughout the tournament. Doesn't mean you can't ban it next round. Wow, what is going on? Something is up with OBS. It's like merged a bunch of my scenes the minute I went live. But it looks like Anzu picked solo. Exit picked deep, which left Decider as mythic. So those are your maps, which is pretty, I think, predictable in terms of the map split. Solo is a map that I think Europeans in general have more experience on, and deep is kind of the equivalent for NA. And I think they play into the differences between the EU and the NA style. Deep's a map where you can be a bit faster, a bit more aggressive, and there's lots of windows and things that you can shoot through. Lots of opportunities to do damage from unexpected angles, whereas Solo's a bit more slow-paced, a bit more positioning-based. And then Mythic as a decider should be interesting. It's the newest map in the pool in general for UT4, and it's had a bit of a rework, I think, since it was last played in the tournament. And it's really, really good in my opinion. I really like it. Quite a sort of traditional, almost Quake-like map structure to it. And very positioning oriented as well, kind of like Solo in that regard. Lots of important high ground that you can sit on. It's nice to see that Smalls is immediately timing people out. Oh man, I knew I should have picked a more sensible moderator. Anyway, I can see that the game is open, so I'm going to pick that up and spectate it. I think these guys will play all on the same hub. That would make sense, given the ping difference. Exit is, of course, West Coast, and Anzu pinging from Finland at the moment. So it should be roughly equal on New York City. By the way, guys, please do let me know if things like the sound levels are correct. I did check them before the stream, but it's always good to have second opinions. The players are in order. Looks like Deep's going first, so it will be Deep, then Solo at the very minimum. And then moving on to Mythic if we need it. These two players are pretty close in the seedings. I think Anzu's seed 15, Exit's seed 18, something like that. And I'd be interested to see what you guys think about this matchup. Personally, I think Anzu has a bit of an edge, maybe a bit more tournament experience. Certainly made it far in EU Duel Cups in the past. I think he's won a couple as well over Reeve. I seem to remember in sort of 2019, 2020. So definitely experienced going deep in Duel Cups. Exit as well, it's definitely improved in the last couple of years, but maybe slightly less experience, tends to sort of overthink things a bit when he's in a tournament setting, which has been his weakness, I think, but both players been doing lots of practice, so I'm highly anticipating this game. And this is getting into map 1 of the first matchup. This will be a best of 3. And we'll start off on Anzu's point of view. He gets the shock spawn, Exit, making his way over towards the sniper, but he's been a bit slow, and Anzu's going to be able to contest this. You see, Exit wants the gun. Pretty tough to play when you don't have hit scan. Oh, I do like the attempt by Exit, but just out-damaged. Anzu spent all that time picking up vials and survived the fight as a result. So that's a quick 1-0, and Exit gets a spawn, or some damage traded. Anzu's not going to want to die for this 100. So he plays it passively. Exit runs for it and is nearly punished. And you see Anzu, he's positioned himself on these health packs. They were taken recently, but he's going to be able to sweep those up, and he's now looking in better shape than Exit. And it's a fight over by the belt. Oh, nice headshot by Anzu. And he actually goes looking for a spawn kill ahead of the belt. And it's little moves like that that speak to Anzu's experience. Just knowing he has a couple of seconds where he can put a bit more pressure in the middle of the map and prevent Exit from getting anywhere near the belt. Of course, Exit did get the 100 armor. And now Anzu's sitting around at the 50. Neither player really needs this. Or now Exit wants it, but he will pick it up. No problem. And a nice combo from Exit as he comes in, but he's forced back by the combos of Anzu. Those 2 health packs, very useful for Exit, although he's run out of ammo. So he needs to get himself onto that shock as quickly as possible. He is fully healed and actually outstacks Anzu now. Anzu, not too many options other than vials at the moment. And he's actually going to sit around at the shock rifle. Both players really stacked on vials, playing this quite passively, and that can happen at the start of a tournament. Maybe a bit of nerves. Oh, Exit fluffs the really high damage combo, but it's not going to matter. It wins the belt regardless, and now he's beelining it over towards this 100 armor, trying to deny it from Anzu. Anzu goes at the lift, eats a huge combo, and is picked out of the air by Exit's primary. Nice play there. And potential here for a spawn frag. Tying it up almost. Just needs one more shot. Goes down. Great aim by Exit there. And it's 2-2. Anzu's caught down with the flak, but hits 3 nice primaries defensively, and that pushed Exit back. He's going to have to sit on this 100 armor, but it's a bit worrisome. There we go. We'll get the 100. But I think Anzu's won himself the 50 with that play, although could be fought off it here. Actually, he's come off better in terms of stack. This belt's on its way up. Huge combo, just like the one Exit hit on him 30 seconds ago. And that's going to be belt going to Anzu. And a 1-point lead. Exit actually getting that 100 armor quite cleanly. Does get some exit damage, but Anzu decided not to push for it. I think Anzu's content to just sit up top and farm the vials for the moment. Playing this quite slowly. I mean, Deep is a map where if it runs away from you, you can get spawn frag after spawn frag. Seem to remember Tamerlane getting a game like that against Tron in UTPL, where he got like 10 spawn frags in 3 minutes. So players wanting to avoid that. And we've got one of those situations that happens sometimes in UT4 where neither player really needs the armor and they're just fishing for the damage, trying to stack up on the vials. And Anzu actually goes for the 100 regardless. Didn't need it, but not punished too hard. Does take 100 damage, and they're both beelining over towards the belt. Huge flat hit by Exit. Oh, he's down to 23 health, and the lift betrays Anzu as the rocket fires onto it. Oh, what a headshot. Exit taking the lead with that headshot. That's revenge for the headshot Anzu hit earlier. And now he's positioned himself nicely for this belt. Anzu did get himself a shock rifle, so let's follow him. He's also being very conscious of these vials, picking them up whenever he can. And going for a little bit of peak damage. Doesn't want to jump for those vials because he knows Exit's waiting for him. And Exit's actually just going to push into it. Takes lots of damage, but does lots of damage for himself. And gets the kill, so he's now 2 points up. We're approaching the halfway point of this game. Although, this is not a lead that you can really afford to try and defend for 5 minutes. And Exit, he's made a bit of a blunder there. Oh, actually, I take it back. Exit's gone for the belt, but that does give Anzu free reign to take the 100. I think he probably had a bit of time there. Maybe didn't know the exact time the belt was spawning. Oh, the rocket directs Anzu when he's getting off the lift. That's going to put him down pretty low. And Exit's chasing him. And more damage exchanged. Obviously, if you're exchanging damage, the player who's in control is going to see the better end of that exchange. Oh, and what a crucial sniper shot. That's going to force Anzu to go for these health packs, but he doesn't really want to make that fight. Actually, somehow gets himself onto the 100, but will go down here. And denying that 100, not completely useless, especially because of the 50 spawn. Oh, misses the jump. That allows Exit to stack back up. You see, the stacks would have been 110-50 versus 105 25, so it would have favored Anzu if he'd made that jump, and that potentially could have given him an in on this belt. But as it stands, Exit play very well, hitting these defensive shots, and Anzu, he's feeling a bit pressured to go for these fights. Instead, we'll go back for the 100. Still plenty of time to make this comeback. And we see very similar damage between the players. Bit of an advantage for Exit in terms of pickups. Or could have been a big combo. And a nice sniper from Anzu, but one from Exit as well. And the 100 armor's coming up. Exit's in a good position for it. He doesn't actually need to jump on it just yet, so he's going to sit back and hit a nice combo as Anzu goes looking for him. And now one shot will do it. See, Exit, he knows Anzu can't get to the 100. Okay, I take that back. Anzu's actually making a play for it. But Exit sees him. But look at this. There's actually not enough time for Exit to get both the 100 and the belt. Unless he gets the kill here. But I think that's potentially given Anzu the belt. It has. And that could be crucial in Duel. It's always important to know when the items are up, so that when you kill someone, they're not going to immediately spawn on the belt just like that. And this is potentially an in for Anzu. If he can dodge all this damage from exit. And Anzu's got position on 100 as well. So exit's only got the 50 to work with. Obviously still got lots of guns. But this is about as good an opportunity as Anzu could hope for to get himself back in this game. Does want some hit scan though. I think exit may have just taken that shock, so Anzu's going to be sat here for a little while. We'll take the 25. And this belt is going to be crucial if Anzu wants to bring himself back. He does see exit. Exit doesn't pop the combo, and that's massive. I don't know if Anzu saw him chasing there. I think Anzu's, yeah, just giving up the belt there. Trying to avoid the damage, and look at exit's stack. 187, 150. And now we're reaching territory where he can just turtle up. And that headshot is so brutal. And another follow-up sniper. Anzu has to push this almost, but doesn't have the health to do so. And exit knows he's going for those health packs. Fires a rocket. It's just a split second too late. But this pressure that exit is applying is pretty much the deal breaker. If Anzu dies here, it's all over. 3 shock primaries from Anzu, but still exit stack is so high. He's still out stacks. And he's got some vials to jump back onto. I think maybe Anzu thinks he's slightly lower than he is. Oh my god. I feel like that whole engagement, Anzu was just waiting for exit to die. Didn't realise perhaps how much stack he had, and the headshot to finish it off as well was brutal. That is going to be all she wrote for game 1. And still pretty even damages. GG's called by Anzu. Anzu's going to restart his game. So we'll be here for a little minute. Well, that is our first game of the tournament. We'll go to exit. I think if I press this button. Hang on, I'm still learning the old hotkeys. I think exit's on blue, so... There we go. Exit has a point. Got there in the end. But yeah, as I said at the start, I feel like Deep is a map that NA players in general are a little bit more capable on. Solo is going to be more suited to Anzu's playstyle. I'm amazed by the aim that Exit's already shown us. Hit something like 4 or 5 headshots that game. Oh, he's left the game. Oh, UT4. I'm assuming we'll be on the same hub. Okay, yeah, it joined a random map, that's why. But yeah, you can see why Fantasy wanted to upgrade this hub for today. You can actually have a look at some of these scores if you want. Snatch 4-2 up on Legions. Lots of these are still yet to start, or maybe these have all just reached game 2 at the start. And here we are into map 2. That will be solo. Yeah, I don't know how close Inceptos versus 59X will be. Inceptos is pretty broken at the moment. Like, yeah, I can see why. Can see why he felt he was an underrated player, because his aim is something else. This will be our map 2. As he's had a chance to restart his game. I'm imagining a slower paced game here. Although that was a fairly slow paced deep game. Solo is one of those maps where you can You can really defend certain positions without much armor, as long as you have a shock rifle. Exit's gone to get himself a coat. We'll be underway very shortly. One thing to note about this tournament is that in order to keep everything running on schedule, the first round of the lower bracket is a 5-minute best of 1 duel. So that is a gauntlet. If you fall down there in an upset or whatever circumstances, then prepare for a shocking experience. Because that is rough to have to do a 5-minute best of 1 for your tournament life without perhaps warming up beforehand. Alright, exit's back in the room. We're going to be getting underway with map 2. And it's Exit who gets the sniper spawn, but he hears Anzu going for the link. Normally you'd want to have a look at the shock rifle from that angle, but because he heard Anzu spawn, decided to go for the vials instead. Anzu gets himself the shock. And now it's players looking for the vials. Exit hits a great snipe there, and that's going to force Anzu all the way back. In fact, Exit's chasing him. I like this play, denying these health packs. And look how much space he's just taken off the map. Actually going the long way around. And that's going to allow him to hit another sniper shot. And that means Anzu can't... Oh, he does push for the 50 anyway. It's kind of risky. And eats another sniper shot. Exit playing Counter-Strike here. Wow. I don't know what Anzu... what issue he's having. This might be a pause and restart. To be honest, at this point, I would, yeah, just go for a restart. It's a shame there are no restart commands in UT4, but it is what it is. We can get an update on the scores as well. Dion is winning his second game quite handily. Snatch and Legion's surprisingly close, actually. Would have thought Snatch would handle that quite easily. Septos 1-0 up on 59x. Only a minute in, though, and Scrims fairly far ahead of V. A few people in chat are saying Anzu might be drunk. I don't know if there's any truth behind that, but it's quite funny that that's what people go to. That's the assumption people make. He's being suitably apologetic, so I'm sure he's not. Yeah, we are getting into map 2 for real this time. I hope.
Three, two, one.
And spawns will be very similar. Although Anzu does pick the shock spawn directly this time. No sniper shots exchanged. So no quick 1-0 for exit there. Which can happen. And misses the counter-strike shot this time. And Anzu has great position here. Oh, exit not going up the lift there is quite smart. Anzu's actually walked way in the other direction. Which means he's got no time to get onto this 100. Exit just takes the lift and grabs it. Strange move by Anzu. Not paying attention to the clock. And he nearly gets sniped in the back there. They will be posturing for the next belt, the next 10 seconds or so, unless Anzu's just content to sit back and take the 100. Exit's actually positioned himself quite smartly, knowing that Anzu's coming from this direction. He can maybe look for some damage, but instead dives directly onto the belt. I'm definitely noticing Exit's favouring the sniper rifle. And that can be quite hard to deal with when you're on high ping, but it might be nice to see Anzu getting in his face with some flak or rockets. The difficulty of that is if you're always one snipe down, then it's hard to engage. And Exit, he's got a great position here because the 100 armor is on its way up and he's got unlimited access to it. And he's actually just going to wait to try and hit a sniper shot, but he's dodged off the 100 armor and Anzu's coming in from the side. Or nearly gets a nice combo onto Exit there. And this means that Anzu can kind of back up a bit and have some more presence on this belt fight, some more shots exchanged. Anzu's now really weak now. We'll have to back off. And I think probably we'll go for the 50 armor. Although he wants to peek in, maybe get some exit damage. Pun intended. It's a start. Nearly loses his head as well. And these are the shots that Anzu needs to hit. Just get a couple of quick shots onto exit, and then you get a much better chance in these belt fights, or these 100 armor fights. This 100's up pretty soon, 10 seconds. Anzu's got the position for it at the moment. And he hears exit coming up the lift. Oh, nearly hits the huge combo, but decides not to pop it. And Anzu needs to watch out here. We'll die to a headshot, and does not want that to happen. Still 0-0 though, so much slower start on solo as anticipated. And two nice primaries by Anzu. Although a sniper shot, 2 snipes from exit. And that's perfect timing because exit's secured himself the belt with that play. Still no frag though. We'll drop down to the 50. And you can see the importance of positioning on this map. Having the high ground is so crucial when it comes to defending those armors. Anzu's finally got himself a bit of armor. It's now up to 75. But he needs the damage. And, oh, these snipes from exit are brutal. Anzu's shock preference is causing him to do a bit less damage at long range. In favour of having the ability to get those huge damage combos. But he's just not hitting the combos at the moment. Of course, we saw him hit some outrageous ones last game. And exit's pushing onto the 100. Anzu does secure it. But so much damage is dealt. What a shot! Anzu down to 5 HP. Probably thinking, what on earth am I supposed to do against this much sniper? Still a 0-0 though, but exit's closing in from the kill. This is the biggest stack advantage he's had all game. Anzu will go down to 1 snipe. And the 100's up in 2 seconds. Anzu's actually just going to vacate the area. Pretty much exclusively using his position to defend himself now. Exit though, stacking vials up to 160 almost. And that's going to make this stack all the more difficult to break down. It's a good start with that sniper shot. Could get a big damage rocket on this lift. And he makes the jump to the 100 armor. It's coming up in just a second. Oh, but the slide is failed. Exit picks up the 100. Belt's up in 1 second. Anzu misses that dodge, which is crucial. Exit's just going to walk away with the belt. That's a shame. Seen a couple of times Anzu's movement has failed him. And that might be ping related. And now we're seeing it pretty much the same scenario we saw a minute ago. Exit, high vial stack with the belt. Anzu only with that 25. But still, it's a 0-0. Anzu steals the 100. He's actually got almost the same stack as Exit, and they both have all the same guns. So, even game. 0-0. And now it's Exit forced back onto this shock side of the map. And Anzu's pushing him. Exit whips out the rocket launcher, hits 2 nice rockets. Anzu's done no damage. And will go down. First frag for Exit, 6 minutes into the game. As he looks for some more armors. The spell's coming up in 10 seconds. 100's up now. Perfect rotation for Exit at the moment. He can just sit back and enjoy these 100s. Ooh, goes down low. But Anzu chooses not to contest with the shock rifle. Oh, he does so, but a bit late. He'd been just a second earlier there. Could have had a nice combo lined up, but maybe a bit of indecision. Or went for the vials instead. And these snipers from Exit just hitting everything. I want to see what accuracy he's hitting at the moment. It's not going to show me. There we go. No, it's actually not that high. Just is taking a lot of shots and hitting all the hard ones. But still, with a 1 frag lead, this is pretty much anyone's game. And similar damage as well, so that's evened out. As Exit's knocked down into the middle of the map. And doesn't want to go for this lift jump. 100 armor's up in 5 seconds. Anzu instead is going to sit around the belt area. No, he's peeking into the 100. And contests it with a huge combo, tying up the game. Great play. Needs to get over towards the belt, though, if he wants a chance to contest it. But I think he's probably going to give it up. Yeah, it does so. And Exit getting that shock essentially powers him up to full control. Anzu's actually left the 50 armor up behind him, and now he's going to struggle to get himself onto it. Exit picks up that 50. His 100's up in just a second. But Anzu leaves the area. And Exit will get that for free. Well, not so free anymore. Similar stacks now. After that combo. And it's Anzu hitting the chip damage from long range. He's lacking in the gun department in terms of close range weapons, though. So if Exit gets in his face, that could spell disaster. As Exit picks up another 50 armor. Anzu hasn't gotten a pickup for a while, but I think he's getting this 100 for free as Exit leaves. And that was a great shock rifle shot to hit, literally the split second after he takes the belt. Obviously, if you hit them before, then none of that damage carries over because the belt just heals it all off. And with 2 minutes left, we could be seeing another 9 times overtime game that we saw between Dion and Snatch years and years ago. I still have horrible memories of that. Both players playing very timid and not willing to take a fight unless they do the first big bit of damage. And that 100 armor was pretty much useless to Exit. I'm just waiting for the next big combo. And it's another potentially uncontested belt unless Anzu has other plans. He goes up the lift. Exit headbutts the shock ball. It's a good move by him, getting inside that minimum range. Oh, and it's an Exit sniper shot as well. So, big swing in the favor of Exit. Let's follow him. He's going over towards this 100 armor. And taking this 100 means that there's nothing available for Anzu. I think probably what we'll see here is Anzu playing for overtime, but he's getting chased down by Exit. The flak is so strong by exit, and Anzu goes down with only 20 seconds left. The stack is pretty much insurmountable. I think that's going to be the game, and another combo by exit seals it. Attacking at the perfect time at the end there, catching Anzu off guard, and that will get him the win. And so I'm proven wrong in my prediction. I thought the experience of Anzu would carry him through. Solo was much closer than Deep. At least it felt that way. But despite the out damage, does lose in terms of score, and that means he'll drop to the lower bracket, where he plays that 5-minute best of one. I think whoever goes up against the loser of this game is going to be a bit annoyed. Oh, it's not 5 minutes. It's been changed, is it? It's a 10-minute best of one then. Okay, I take it all back. Still kind of scary to go into a best of one. Oh, it's a best of 3. Okay. Ignore everything I've said about the lower bracket so far, guys. We are into round 2. So I'm going to just pause the stream for a moment, get everything set up for the second round. Alright guys, welcome back. This is your next round matchup. Will be Snatch versus Lavac. And it looks like exit is still on screen. Let's turn him off. There we go. Snatch, you all know him, and I'm sure most of you know Lavac as well, though he's taken a bit of a break recently from Duel. But he's a very strong player nonetheless. Expecting the maps to come through pretty shortly. But this will be an interesting matchup. Snatch, obviously, an aim beast, great mechanics, and general all-round fundamentals of Duel. Lavac as well, fantastic mechanics. There's all kinds of outrageous stuff when he plays. Kind of reminds me of Luxus as a player. He's one of those players that just goes for outrageous shots, and because he's got the mechanics to back it up, will just hit a certain percentage of them. But yeah, as I said, interesting to see what the maps will be. I think both of these players are so experienced that probably won't matter too much. I imagine Mythic will get banned out by Snatch though. Less experienced on that map in general. I could see some ASDF being played here, both players very comfortable on that map. And Leah, of course. Lavac being a 2K4 player originally will know Leah inside and out. It's possible also actually that these guys forgot to tell me the maps. So I will find where they're playing. Looks like Lavac's hosted a game on Leah, so that'll be one of the maps. Don't know who's picked it though. I like how you guys are just finally realizing how absurdly stacked this tournament is when there's like 6 or 7 games all going at once that you all want to watch. Dylan Yi is something that I'm very interested about. I've never actually seen Yi play, but I'm told that he's a very, very intelligent player, but more on the aggressive side, whereas Dylan's obviously an intelligent player, but prefers to play defensively. That'll be an interesting clash of styles. We do have Reflex versus Dion coming up as well, or running parallel. That'll be fun. Always nice to see Dion humbled. Still waiting for these maps. Maybe we're seeing a classic case of Snatch lateness here. Now, I do want to point out to you guys that if you follow the link to the bracket, you can vote for who you think is going to win the maps. I think most of us probably voted correctly on the first round. Actually, I voted incorrectly. I thought Anzu would handle exit. But as we saw, I was wrong. But lots more competition in the second round as those close-seeded players meet each other. Right, we have Snatch in the server, so we're definitely playing Leah. I don't know what other maps they're playing. Let's just put Leah in there. There we go. Got the graphics, may as well use them. Oh, no, they're just going to start. So I'm going to jump into the game. Map 1. That's not map 1. Yeah, it is map 1.
3, 2, 1.
Map 1 will be Leah. Starting off in Snatch, she's point of view, gets the shock rifle spawn as Lavac trades him for a sniper rifle. And a bit of spam, so they've both got a close range gun and a long range gun. I know for a fact Snatch is more of a shock rockets guy, so he's going to be happy with that trade. And Lavac getting trapped on the wall as he makes a play for the 100. Lucky to escape with his life there. Will get himself the 50. Snatch actually pushing out. Oh, big delay on this 100 armor. I'd love to see it. That's some confidence out there from Snatch. It's a massive delay. Does want to watch his head there. Had enough vials to survive one headshot, admittedly. And is now going to walk at Lavac, getting first blood, and not so much as a scratch on him yet. Perfect positioning for the belt as well. I think Lavac's going to get that shock rifle. But he's going to be sorely disappointed when he goes for this 100 armor and sees that it's not up. I mean, he'll know that it's delayed, but might not know the exact time. Instead, going to have to go for vials. Lavac yet to do any damage, actually. But has built himself quite a nice stack. Snatch playing this very defensively. Just sitting in the middle room, squatting on the vials. And this is good positioning from Lavac, making the most of his low stack, and actually might get this 100 armor. Will get it. And that's kind of the risk you play by playing it as defensively as Snatch did, is that if your opponent gets himself into a good position, then you're going to struggle to spawn frag them. What a shot! That was outrageous, and we'll get the cleanup here almost certainly. I mean, right as I was saying, Snatch is going to struggle potentially here. He hits 160 damage combo and then an air rocket. And nearly picks off Lavac's head there. Ooh, nice block by Lavac. Expecting Snatch to be there. But it's 2-0. Still plenty of time. Lavac's off 0 damage though. And I'm actually going to follow him. He's working with the 100 armor, so slightly less stack. Oh, but he's walked into another combo from Snatch. And it's going to have to back off to the 50 armor, which isn't up for 10 seconds, and Snatch has got all the time in the world to take this 100. And this belt's coming up. It is slightly delayed. About 10 seconds off. And those small delays in a high-pressure game can throw players' timing off. It's always a little bit different, a little bit more pressure when you're in a tournament. That being said, both these players tournament experienced. As Snatch picks up the belt. Oh, he has an inkling that Lavac is right around this corner, and he was correct. And, oh, what combo, but it's not really going to matter, because Snatch can just pick up the 100. That is the strength of the belt. Shooting Lavac in the arse with that sniper rifle. And I think Snatch is going to go over and deny the 50 armor, so total vice grip on the map right now. Lavac just doesn't have anything to work with, and Snatch is looking for outrageous sniper angles. But he's playing it pretty passively. He's not really chasing, not getting himself out of position or anything. Content to just sit back on these armors. Make sure he has ammo at all times. And that, as always, is an opportunity for your opponent to get back into the game. And you see Lavac is contesting for this belt. Is, I think, probably going to back off here. Back off or die. Oh, big damage, and Snatch could die here, and he does. And that means Lavac gets the belt. That is huge. And that was partially because of the space that Snatch was giving him, giving Lavac a little bit of time to get some vials, get some guns. And that's going to make it only a 1-point game. And while Snatch gets the 100, he's still at a stack disadvantage. Oh, what a combo. All of that belt is gone. And Snatch, looking for the Enforcer finish, I thought for sure he would get it there, but Lavac gets himself onto this health. And Snatch will go back for the 100. I had a feeling he was going to hit that shot through the window, so I switched to him. And was not disappointed.
5-minute warning.
And it's going to camp this belt for the best part of a quarter of a minute. And Lavac's making a move, and an anti-combo is going to knock Snatch down. That's huge. Still only a 1-point game. And this is what happens if you're a player that is content to sit back and try and play optimally and allow your opponent to come to you. I'm not saying Snatch does that all the time, but he's certainly doing it this game. If you're going to play like that, then small things like an anti-combo or an unlucky rocket, that can change the game dramatically. So you have to be really confident in your ability to play consistently. Snatch is making a move. He's actually going in with a sniper rifle. Both players fall down to the low ground, and whoever hits the first shot could win this fight. Snatch somehow still alive as Lavac rockets himself and misses that rocket by just a hair. And this 100 is finally up. But the belt's up as well in 10 seconds. Snatch doesn't really have the health to push here. Will die to one combo. This is so risky for both players. If Lavac could pop that combo, it would be all over. He moves in with the rockets and takes Snatch down, so he's all tied up with 3.5 minutes left. And Snatch doesn't have this 100 to back up onto like he had earlier. Does have a shock, but risking it. Massive combo. That's the second time Lavac's had his entire belt removed. And he's actually fighting down by the bio. Snatch wasn't expecting that. And Lavac bests him with the link gun. And takes the lead for the first time this game. Oh, another fight down at the sniper, and that's going to tie it up. And nothing's up for a little while. So Snatch got a bit of time to play with this sniper rifle. Has stacked himself back up because he was down so low. He's not going to have too much presence on the map. And I think Lavac's actually got time to contest for this 50. Snatch heard him at the flak though. And they're both making the move for this belt. Snatch confident in his stack and will get the belt and knew the exact timing. And shoots Lavac in the arse with the sniper. Once again, Lavac beelining for that 100 armor. And it's going to camp down by the shock. And two nice combos. Snatch unable to move through that choke point. Oh, but potential misplay here by Lavac. He's actually allowed Snatch to get onto the 100. Had such a good hold, but then allowed Snatch to slip through the net eventually. Nearly lost his head there. And a big rocket. Both players so low. These fights are so close. And a spawn right next to Snatch's head. He's going to hear that. And I think that means Lavac all but guarantees this 100 armor. As Snatch is forced to sit back down by the 50. We saw him do this earlier when he won another close fight down by the sniper. He is leading this game with 1 minute left, and it is Leah. If he gets this belt, which is up in 3 seconds, Lavac has to beeline for it. If Snatch gets this belt, yeah, he's probably going to go very defensive here. But does want some ammo. You see Snatch is always playing around the corners, knows exactly where he's going to leave as soon as he sees Lavac. And neither player needs the armors. So Lavac, he's winning these 100s, he's forcing Snatch off them, but he's not getting any benefit from them. Remember, it's Snatch who has the belt. So that shock primary means that Snatch can just take the 50, and there we go. It's as if it didn't happen. And these shock primaries, they're momentum killers for Lavac. Ooh, nearly a sideline combo there. That probably means Snatch has to give up the belt. Doesn't want to risk it. If he does go down there, it could spell disaster. Instead, going to sit on the 100 armor. Ooh, nice flak ball, but does miss. As the belt goes to Lavac. Let's follow him. He's got 30 seconds to turn this game into a win. But it's so hard to chase on this map. And Snatch is going to hear him coming. Oh, I like that hiding spot by Snatch. He's actually snuck past him, but drops straight into him with the flak cannon. Hits the first shot, though. That's going to allow him to back off. And he's not risking a big fight here. Will instead play passively. Lavac has 10 seconds. And the indecision is killing him here. I think Snatch has for sure got away. Still super stacked. And this stack from Lavac, maybe not enough. For 2 seconds left, this direct rocket could do it. I take it back. Couldn't quite do it. He did hit the direct. Snatch down to 8 HP there at the end. So close. That's a win for Snatch. And, you know, it's times like that where Lavac was kind of floundering in the middle of the map, going up and down the lift, not sure which way to push. If he just made the decision 1 second quicker, then he could win that game. If that last rocket had been on point, then, then that's an overtime. Look how close the damage is. And the armors as well. Snatch, 1 more belt, 1 more 100, and a few more 50s, but otherwise very, very close. Yeah, I think perhaps a few people have forgotten how good Lavac was. I remember when he first started playing UT4, came from 2K4, and in the period of about a week, he was just insanely good. Yeah, mixing it up with all the best of NA. And of course, all these players are in shape at the moment. No slouches when there's a $5,000 tournament, a $5,000 tournament on the horizon. And we're getting straight into map 2. I'm actually gonna switch to warm up and then switch to a map 2 stinger, just so you guys get to enjoy it. There we go.
3, 2, 1.
But of course, in a best of 3, this is deciding map if Snatch wins it. Oh, and that is the best start you could ever hope for. 2 quick snipes. And Lavac forced back onto the flak. Another snipe from Snatch. And he knows Lavac's going for this armor. This health, sorry. Oh! I feel like that flak should have hit. And Snatch catches him sliding past the shock rifle. Oh. I was going to say, Lavac could jump onto this 100, but decides not to risk it. Takes the 50. Oh, he slid over the rocket launcher. We'll defend the top with a link gun. That's a load of damage. Like 60 or 80 damage or something. And he's actually dropped onto Snatch. Hits. Oh, you can really beam someone as they go up the jump pad there, but instead is punished. And this is a good, strong position to defend everywhere on the map. Because that bridge allows you to make a decision as to whether you'll go to the 100 or the shield belt. But will be a trade in the end. Big damage difference already. But of course, could all change. And Snatch positioning himself smartly, taking a long-range fight, knowing that if he trades 1-to-1 sniper shots, he gets the 50 armor. Lavac gets the 25. He'll be better off. And it's all to play for this 100 armor. Lavac making an aggressive move down into the shock spawn area. And is punished again by the aim of Snatch. That's outrageous. And I think probably we'll go down here again. Nice rocket to sniper combo by Snatch. And now there's a bit of an offset on the belt and the 100 armor. That's kind of worrying. 100 damage combo. Snatch will switch to the flak here. A little bit slow, actually. Oh, nearly headbutts a flak ball. Lavac pushing in from underneath. This belt's actually up in 1 second. And then finally Snatch will will switch to the link. I'm looking for a cheeky spawn frag just before. Oh no, Lavac dodges over the 100 armor just before it spawns as well. And that's the offset that I can't remember if I mentioned about the 100. I might have just thought that. Sometimes it's hard to tell if you said something or just thought it. But, oh, big snipes by Lavac as Snatch commits. And finally Lavac gets himself on the board. And it's ASDF. Things can turn fast. You can have like a full 5 minutes of control on this map and feel great and feel like you're destroying your opponent, and then it all goes wrong. So still, certainly lots to play for here. But Lavac's got his work cut out for him. And missing that combo is unfortunate. But does get the 100. I have a feeling that Lavac's won himself this belt. And Snatch is going to have to drop down into it. Hits a great sniper shot. He might commit. Instead, just chooses to hang back and hit everything. And that neuters this belt quite a lot. Lavac not even able to go for those health bubbles. And now needs to watch his back as Snatch snipes him from behind. You are so predictable on this map when you go for the health, and Snatch hears him taking the vials of the ramp, and that's a quick turnaround. Not what Lavac needs right now. 6 frags down, 6.5 minutes left, still plenty of time. But the way things are going, looks like a bit of a tall order. Bit of dead time, actually, as nothing's spawning and no one's in position for the 100. See Lavac faking those jump pads. Actually, this is a great setup for Lavac on this belt. I wonder if he'll choose to be aggressive on it. Oh, goes in with the tri-rockets. Actually gets himself onto the belt, but doesn't do any damage yet. And will now look for the sniper shot as Snatch chooses not to go up the jump pad. Wise move. And the double back from Lavac has kind of punished him. That's a good sniper. Snatch will die to 1. And now Lavac's got him trapped down by the health bubbles. Although finds himself chasing against a shot combo. Snatch actually missed that jump. But the damage just isn't coming for Lavac. This chase is really good, but he's not hitting the shots. Here we go, there's a direct. Snatch down, not quite as low as Lavac actually. Certainly not after that snipe. And this next 100 armor is favoured for Snatch really. Although Lavac's in better position for it. And they each know where the other player is. Lavac makes the dodge for it, gets the 100. 2 nice snipers, and this belt's up in 1 second. And this is what Lavac needs. He needs control. Snatch, he's over by the health. But that top position is strong. I like this from Lavac. He's going for the cutoff rather than the chase. Chasing wasn't working earlier. But Snatch just snuck by him. And keeping the high ground the whole time is Snatch, and that's allowing him to hit these nice rockets and combos. Lavac just melted. Didn't do any damage there. And if Lavac doesn't turn this around soon, it's going to be a quick 2-0 for Snatch, I think. Despite the closeness of Lear, ASTF has not been so close. I mean, Snatch has reached that point where he's punishing the small armors. Oh no. Lavac's all out of ammo. He's actually going to dive for it anyway, and I think that might win him the belt. He does know the exact time on it. A nice rocket and a nice sniper to finish up. And potential to get this 100 armor as well. Snatch could go down here, but he's going to try and slow the game down. A link-on-link fight. And somehow, Snatch is winning that. Oh my god. Despite the stack disadvantage and the ping disadvantage, Snatch actually wins that and hits a great rocket onto Lavac. And this momentum from that belt grab is all gone. I'll just show you guys the damage here. Big damage lead for Snatch. And a big lead on the 100 armors as he picks another one of those up. I'm going to follow Snatch as he hits Lavac with another sniper. Every shot he hits at this point is just killing the momentum of Lavac. It's going to be so hard for him to catch up. Now down to 5 HP. We'll go down even after picking up those health bubbles. Belt's up in 5 seconds. And I mean, if the score right now is the score when Lavac does get the belts, then it's going to look a whole lot worse when Snatch is the one picking them up. And this is perfect setup for this 100 armor as well. Oh, so sneaky from Snatch. Drops down low. Quietly walks along the wall, along the floor, and threads the most outrageous prediction combo. And I think pretty much this game is sealed. Lavac making ill-advised pushes because he just has to at this point. And Snatch feeling his aim. Although, as I say that, he might go down here. He does do. But we will watch these players play out the last couple minutes. Always good to play out your games in a tournament setting early on, even if you lose. Keeps you warmed up for the next rounds. As you drop to those knockout rounds in the lower bracket. Of course, is double a limb, so we will be seeing these players more. Nice combo by Lavac. As Snatch shimmies around the pillar. And I'm pretty sure these guys are just messing around at this point. Snatch deciding to get all his misses out of the way in one go. That's one way to do it. Spells up last belt of the game in 5 seconds, followed by the 100 armor. Nice combo by Lavac. If he can get 6 frags in 40 seconds, I'll be astonished. But proving that he can do everything Snatch was doing earlier. These are some nice rockets as well. It's a shame this game wasn't slightly closer because I'd be getting really hyped right now. As Lavac making it close. Oh, here we go. It wouldn't be UT4 without a bit of bio bug action. But this kill from Snatch is going to seal the deal. 5-point lead in the end, so got reasonably close as Snatch let off the pressure a bit. 6-point lead. Well, that will be a 2-0 for the Swede. And that puts him 3 rounds into the tournament. And there we go. So given that a lot of these matchups are closer in the second round, I imagine some of them are still going on. Apparently Dion Reflex is going on, so I might jump in on that. I'm assuming it's on New York City. Wait, that's Dylan. Smalls, what hub is Dion playing on? Might be on the UK hub, actually. London. London, bruv, okay. And is this map 2, Smalls? Right, and I believe it's 1 win for Reflex. Right, that should be all set up. So this is map 2. Looks like Dion is fragging out of control at the moment. I mean, Dion's one of those players, exceptionally skilled, not as experienced in Duel as a lot of players, and in general, not very tournament experienced, but pretty calm for the most part. Oh, Reflex, no chance on that spawn. And so I feel like Dion is legitimately one of the dark horses for this tournament. Might not win it, maybe doesn't have quite the composure built up to win a grand final, but can certainly see him going very far. And apparently map 1, oh, what a rocket! Seen lots of good air rockets today. And Reflex knew his fate was coming with that combo. We're only 5 minutes in, it is a race, and these scorelines do happen. As Dion whips out the minigun and secures himself the belt. That's something that Dion is known for. His tracking aim is wild. And he's a fan of the yoink mechanic. Oh. Yeah, apparently map 1 was... There we go, there's a yoink. Apparently map 1 was almost an overtime. And that was on, presumably, the North American hub. So this is Dion's home continent, he's going to be very comfortable with the aim. And he's out damaging Reflex by like 700 damage at the moment. Chasing with the link as well. Reflex known for his Enforcer aim for a reason, by the way. And we'll now know that this 100 armor's coming up. Dion's going to make a jump for it regardless. And actually we'll pick it up. That's going to be tilting. And we could see another Enforcer frag here. We do. And I mean, if Dion knocks out Reflex, that is or knocks him down to the lower bracket, that is a huge upset in terms of seedings. But legitimately possible here. As Reflex looking a bit lost in these items. Dion's rockets as well. It's something I've used to take the piss out of him about, but I can't really do that anymore because he does hit so many good rockets. More rocket kills from Dion. As Reflex concedes. I guess we're seeing a map 3 then. And I won't be jumping in halfway through a cast as well, so that'll be good. Oh, they played the wrong map. That's interesting. But it looks like it's all amicable, so that's good. I'm going to jump over onto New York City. And we'll wait for the players to launch their game. While I set up some scenes. Ban this guy, but never mind. I'll just have to stare at the spam in the chat that you guys can't see because it's auto-moderated out. So interesting that we're playing Mimic. I had to guess who was going to win this. I'd say Reflex, to be honest, just because of the experience on the map. NA generally more comfortable on Mimic. As Dion goes for a drink. I'm expecting some sniper goodness as well on this map. I've been watching Reflex play recently, and he legitimately does just hit like 65% sniper. Although Dion's no slouch. I believe we'll be getting underway very shortly. Players are ready. Getting in to map 3. This is an upper bracket match, so whoever loses this goes down to the lower bracket.
3, 2, 1.
And it's once again the trade between the shock and the sniper, pretty standard for all duel maps. An aggressive move by Dion could be punished by this rocket launcher from Reflex. But it's Reflex who does no damage somehow. I'm setting up for this 100 armor. It's up in 10 seconds. Dion really wants a shock rifle. And gets headshot to oblivion. Would have died to a body shot. And Reflex delaying this 100. I like to see it. Confident he'll get the next belt. And is actually going to push Dion just a little bit. Knowing that he has that teleporter exit. The teleporter sort of carries you from the 50 armor room to the middle of the map. It's a good route to get between the 50 and the belt, but you can't go the other direction. And Dion making such an aggressive move here. Reflex is down low. And I think Dion might just jump for this belt, which he does. Reflex dies as well. It's going to reset all his guns. Oh, what a combo! The combo is outrageous. And now Dion can get the 50 as well, so great turnaround by Dion. Another big fight over by the link gun. Goes the way of Dion. And he's in good position for this 100 armor. It's up in a couple seconds. Dion spamming the exits of the other locations. Needs to watch his head bit. Would be put down very low by a headshot, but luckily doesn't happen. Oh, big engagement with the rocket launcher. Reflex could get the kill here and does, down to 9 HP. But that brings it within 1, and this belt's up in just 10 seconds. They're both going to know the time as well. And Dion, oh, he's actually pushing from underneath. Reflex didn't see that, and he's got the flat cannon. Makes the slowest wall dodge ever over towards that belt, and is punished accordingly. And we're all tied up. 100 armor's up now. And Dion is nowhere to be seen. Reflex will snap that up. And it's all of a sudden gone very defensive. Dion is sneaking down low, actually. Probably wants this shock rifle. Reflex jumps on him with the rocket launcher, but is punished by the damage from the flat cannon. Did not expect Dion to just hit like 250 damage like that. And I think Dion's probably going to get this 100 left. Reflex can hit a headshot. Or actually doesn't need a headshot. Clutch shot to hit there, by the way. And nearly dies instantly to the Enforcer. That would have been unfortunate. But it's set up for the belt. And this time Reflex is pushing out a bit. And that's going to reward him. Great play by Reflex. Expecting Dion to come that direction. And if you fight out there with a stack advantage, then you completely prevent your opponent from being able to dive onto the belt mid-game. Or mid-fight. As Dion drops into another rocket. And it's finally a 2-frag lead for someone. As the 100 goes to Reflex. Dion is running screaming at the moment. And he's got the hammer out. I wonder why. See, it's sometimes hard to tell if Dion's trolling or tilted. This is map 3 exit. So for those of you who are wondering, the 2 dots, hang on, there's a big fight here. I think Dion will go down. It means that the 100 armor and subsequently the belt will probably go to Reflex. Okay, we'll just dive for the belt. 100 armor's coming up. I think Dion's got this one. He does do. And he knows where Reflex is coming from. He's actually going in aggressively, trusting in his flak aim, but doesn't do any damage. And Reflex is making these big dives onto Dion. It's paying off at the moment, but you could potentially see some of these go wrong in the face of some zoomer aim. But what I was going to say before was that the 2 dots under the score show the map wins. So you should be able to tell what map it is based on the HUD. That's the aim anyway. But belt up in 10 seconds, both players very close in stack. Still only a 3-point game with 5 minutes left as we hit the halfway point. But it looks like Reflex is going to... Oh, Spots Dion through the wall. I think Dion looking for exit damage here, but actually just pushes in late. Slight mistime. He should absolutely know the timing next time, though. As Reflex chases him up the lift, Dion can't hit the huge flat cannon shot this time, but will get himself onto the 100, so still stacks pretty even. Slight advantage for Reflex. Oh, big flax from Dion. Reflex could go down here, and he does. Man, Dion's flak is outrageous as well. As he pushes in again, just wants to hit another shot and does do exactly that. Here's the spawn at the shock as well. Now only a 1-point game, 4 minutes left, still anybody's game at the moment. This 100's up very soon. Dion, oh, he just doesn't have the health to push this. And I love that move by Reflex. Absolutely love that. I knew Dion would be holding the angle, so instead of making the dodge, he drops down and then makes the wall dodge up. And sneaks by Dion's point of view. But it is Dion to pick up the belt, despite getting comboed. Damage very, very close between these two players. Only 200 in it, with 3 minutes left. As Dion charges around the corner and Reflex kills himself with a rocket. I'm loving the aggression from Dion. You know, it's a bit of a running joke that he's a Counter-Strike player and he just hangs back with Sniper, but he's proving that stereotype completely wrong at the moment. Going in, even when perhaps he probably shouldn't. Actually gets the kill there. Probably didn't want to go through the teleporter in the end. But this side of the map is blissfully devoid of Reflex. And Reflex could be punished by that teleporter exit, but instead just hits the primaries. Dion's rocket's unable to connect, and I think this 100 will go to Reflex. He's still 1 point up with 3 minutes left. He's been holding this lead for about 6 or 7 minutes now. As Dion narrowly avoids getting comboed out of the map. And it's going to be a belt for free for Reflex. It's been belt fights. Ooh, I love that exit damage from Dion. It's been messy belt fights up until now, so that would have been the first clean one, but Reflex does eat a sniper shot. And Dion hits him with 2 primaries from the most bizarre angle, but 2 are returned straight back. And it's all gone a bit quiet. Reflex, he doesn't want to risk a push. He's not playing like Dion, not going in aggressive with the flak. And that does give Dion a little bit of space to get these vials, get out 25, and could make his way over towards the 50 armor as well. And you see lots of items coming up at once. Dion has lots of options, and that combo is huge. Reflex misses the tri-rockets, gets another snipe as well. As Dion hits him with so much flak damage, he just needs 1 more shot. Oh my god! And it will go the way of Reflex. Dion just unable to hit the last flak. This is so close. But I think this 100 is going the way of... Oh, that is a cheeky bio placement. Always the creative type, Dion. As damage is almost exactly even as we enter the last 1 minute and 20 seconds of the game. 2 frags in it. Reflex, we might see him turtle up a bit. He probably wants that last belt, but doesn't want to overextend himself on these smaller armors. Uh-oh, this could be bad for Reflex. As Dion comes around the corner with the flat cannon, does hit the perfect defensive rockets though. Both players down extremely low. But the positioning is better for Reflex. Chose wisely to get over to that 100 armor. Does concede the last belt, so if Dion's going to do anything, it will be with this belt. But the combo threaded through the gap by Reflex is huge. And Dion eats another combo as he comes through the teleporter exit. Just a bit too predictable. And that's what happens when you leave it this late. As he will surely go down here. Reflex finishing him off with the link gun. And that's pretty much all she wrote. Will be a 2-1 for Reflex. It's a shame we missed the first map. Because apparently that was a banger as well. But all in all, very close game. And close all the way through as well. Damage super close. Reflex though, pretty much dominated on the 100 armors, and I think the tale of this game was Dion getting the most out of his aim and his small stacks when he had them, taking those outrageous flak fights. Anyway, congratulations in the chat. And that's got me hyped to see Dion later on in this tournament. I could totally see him making a dark horse run. I mean, don't forget that Reflex is the player that just won so many NA Duel tournaments in a row and is seeded third in this one. Certainly been practicing and is certainly not out of shape. So that's a sign of Dion's continued improvement in Duel. Yeah, power of the Zoomers. Anyway, I'm going to just pause the stream for a minute and sort out the next round for you guys. I don't know what happened to my scenes there, but something did. I think I switched by accident. Oh dear, what's happened here? There we go. Okay, I'm gonna stop staring at my own webcam. So we're gonna move into the next round. We're gonna watch Snatch versus Reflex, and then we'll also watch Fantasy versus Scrims. So these are running parallel, but we're gonna watch them sequentially. Over on the other side of the bracket, you have two banging matchups as well. You have, I believe, Dylan versus Rookie. So Dylan actually beat Yi 2-0, so that's pretty rad. And then you also have Inceptos versus Demon, which should be crazy. Inceptos 2-0'd Sassmaster. And those guys have been having close practice games. But if I, okay, I'm not gonna say me because it was Wolf. Has Wolf put the wrong flag on Reflex again? So I'm not going to be casting Rookie and Dylan, that will be Dusek. I'll be casting Reflex versus Snatch, which we should have here. Yi is a Canadian player who is apparently very, very good, but I've never actually seen him play. But this is your matchup. It's Reflex versus Snatch. This has been the finals matchup before in duel tournaments, so that's cool. And we have the following picks and bans. So Reflex banned Leah, Snatch banned Erase. It's a deep pick from Snatch, so that's cool. Not what I would have expected. Reflex? Homer pick from Reflex, okay. And Decider will be Mythic as well. So Mythic seems like the map for Deciders. Which is interesting. I guess everyone's reasonably comfortable on it. Or maybe just people haven't experienced all the other players on Mythic yet, as it is a newer map pool, so they're not sure whether they should pick it or ban it. But this should be a good matchup. Both very high aim players, although reasonably different from each other. Snatch, more of a shot primary player. Reflex, more of a sniper player. We might be in for some 65% sniper goodness from Reflex. That's what he's been hitting in practice games. But Snatch, of course, no slouch on the rockets. And I think we'll probably be seeing a server split here. So we might see one New York City, and then one in London, and another New York City. So yeah, should be cool. I'm going to go ahead and find where the game is. It's NYC. But yes, first map deep, picked by Snatch. Obviously very comfortable on this map. And it is the sort of map that plays to his strengths. We saw him on Leah earlier, playing against Lavac, always looking for those cheeky little angles to shoot Lavac in the behind. And deep is a map where you can do that a lot. There's so many holes in walls here. Some unintentional, I believe. But a reminder, this is still a winner's bracket match. So this is a winner bracket quarter-final. That's how stacked this tournament is. We have Reflex versus Snatch in a quarter-final, and all the other three quarters are like similarly outrageous. But Snatch is ready, just waiting on Reflex now. And those are your pings. So yeah, I believe we'll be playing two different servers. But it's map 1. Let's update the HUD. Best of 3, that's correct. And first map on deep. As Reflex is the one to get the shock, and Snatch drops down and headshots him instantly. That's disgusting. It might be the quickest 1-0 I've ever seen on this map. Reflex has actually got the stronger position above his health. Snatch doesn't really have the right gun to fight this. And that Stinger secondary on UT Plus is really strong. Oh. That could not have been a closer fight as we go to 1-1. It's Reflex to pick up the 100 armor and probably this 50 as well as he made his way onto those health packs. Both players posturing for the belts. They each know where the other is. And Snatch actually contesting this a little bit with some combos, but will probably back off. Probably just wanted to buy himself some time for the 100 armor. Which they will trade. And it's Snatch slightly ahead in the stack, I think. Not after those health packs. But of course, having the belt is always an advantage. Allows you to stack back up to that 150. As Reflex caught mid-air, missing a jump. As the players are just content to hit scan each other. Each one trusting in their aim. And that's what I want to see this game. This is some outrageous aim. I mean, we've already seen some outrageous aim right at the start. But I want more. And this is a really protracted fight here. And the 100 armor's been up for a good 15 seconds, and Snatch will sweep that up. Reflex actually getting whittled down over time and doesn't have the 50 armor to fall back on. So Snatch in a good position for this belt. He's approaching from the low ground. And he likes his position. I remember distinctly him catching me with a headshot as I walked up the lift from that position once. But because the 100 armor was delayed, Reflex can't just pick that out. Which gave Snatch a bit of time, although he uses it instead to walk over towards the 50. Very slow after a quick 1-1. And a great combo by Snatch. A true Swede, playing the Counter-Strike off angle there. And he knows Reflex is above him. He's going to go in with a flat cannon, and Reflex hears him and backs off. Defensive combos being fired. We might see one come through a vent here. Or as Snatch misses the shot. And he's trading really well with the hit scan. Avoiding that combo. Reflex down to 69 HP. Will die to a sniper shot. That's pretty important. Oh, and he wants to get these 2 vials here, but he can't get to them. Literally 2 HP away from living there. As the belt comes up in 2 seconds, Snatch is looking for Reflex. He knows he must be approaching some sneaky angle. And look at this from Snatch. He's so stacked. He's content to just push out a bit. And this belt's up behind him. He has kind of given away the 100 though. So a nice idea, but maybe a bit wobbly on the execution. As he's just going to absorb health files. Not wanting to go up through the teleporter and be too predictable. It's now to 160. There are a lot of vials in this map. And if you get that belt and a minute or so to run around the map, then you're going to have a huge stack. Snatch up to 170 now as Reflex pings him against the wall. 2 more shock primaries from Reflex, but look how stacked Snatch still is. And he gets the 100 armor. Oh, great combo. Totally unreturned there. And it's a fight for the shield belt, but Reflex is there so early and Snatch knows that he's mistimed. Snatch is going to want to get this 50 armor, and then he could make a move on the belt, although probably won't. Instead, it's going to take the 100 armor, play it safe. Doesn't want to overextend. And both players are respecting each other a lot right now. Oh, the sound of those charging tri-rockets is so scary. As big damage combos are exchanged. The player in a big advantage here is it's Reflex with the position on the 100s. Snatch actually pushing from the low ground and will be punished by the combo. He's going to dive in anyway. 100 armor's up now. What a combo. So patient by Snatch. And a sniper shot will finish off Reflex. Maybe not after those vials. No, not quite. Still on 10 health. But if Snatch was to whip out the minigun here or the link gun, then that's a kill for sure, as Reflex is able to sneak away. And you see Snatch looking over towards those health packs. Reflex does find the window opportunity to get himself the health, though. But it doesn't seem like he's going to contest this belt. And so we've kind of had a 180 from what we had last belt, as it's a trade between the belt and the 100 armor. Damage slightly in favor of Snatch. A couple more 100 armors and an extra belt as Reflex goes in. Hits the early damage. Nice shots there. Hits another one. Snatch will die in one shot, but he gets the shred kill on Reflex with 7 HP remaining, and that's the strength of picking up those health files. And he hits a nice shot onto Reflex there. Dodges over the rocket and another one. Clutch shots from Snatch as Reflex gets in his face, and he hears the spawn. Actually has an opportunity to get the kill before Reflex gets on the 100, but it's not to be. And now Snatch just wants to deny him to get onto this shock rifle, which is exactly what he'll do. But needs to respect the aim from Reflex. And Snatch actually sitting on this 100 as if it's about to come up, but it is not. So I wonder if he did or didn't know that Reflex was on the 100. But as things would have it, Snatch able to get himself onto the belt with ease. More shots unreturned by Reflex, and that's going to keep Snatch at bay. And I think probably will guarantee Reflex's 100 without much of a fight. I'm going to follow Reflex as they encounter each other by the link gun. So much link damage from Reflex, and Snatch not hitting his flank this time around. Brings the game within 1 point, and Reflex hears the spawn. He's going to go chasing. I think Snatch just missed that shot, that jump there, but Reflex could go down here realistically. Snatch just needs to hit one more shot, and he does. As Reflex spawns at the rockets, will chase down Snatch, but just doesn't have the spawn to contest the 100 armor, which is up now. Oh, Snatch didn't go for it immediately, which kind of leaves him vulnerable. And just misses the combo. Reflex is actually going to jump into his face, but looks like he's secured himself the belt. Good play by Reflex, not allowing Snatch to slip past him onto the belt, but still applying pressure. And it's this 100 up in 10 seconds. Reflex going a bit aggressive. He's getting maybe a bit antsy here. 2 minutes left, 2 frag lead. And he's been getting quite a lot of armors and not getting a huge amount out of it. Oh my god! What happened there? The combo was so perfectly placed by Snatch, the Reflex was underneath, was over the top of it. And this is looking scary if you're Reflex. Will get himself onto those health packs, so chance to hit some more sniper, but he's just whiffing the shots. No 65% this game. Oh, and the spawn by Snatch. Oh, by Reflex will run straight into Snatch. And now this score lead looks unassailable. A reasonably large damage lead by Snatch, actually. 500 with a minute and a half left. He's pushing out a bit. Reflex, opportunity to get the kill here. I think Snatch will just abandon ship and go as far away from the belt as possible. Knows Reflex is chasing him. Reflex gets the headshot, and now this is his opportunity to get back into the game. He's not going to get another one. Minute and a half left. And now Snatch needs to make a decision. Does he go aggressive and try and break the momentum, or does he hold his spawns and play super defensive? Ooh! Doesn't want to jump onto those rockets, does Reflex. As he's... Looks like Snatch is playing for the aggressive game. The aggressive defense game, I call it. When you don't know what to say.
1 minute remains.
But the plus backing from Snatch, allowing him to get away, but he misses the dodge. Does get himself the health, but that's not going to allow him to live a sniper shot, but this is wasting so much time. And remember, this Reflex still needs 3 more kills after this one. Does get the 100 armor. This has potential to be close. The spawn is spotted by Reflex, but Snatch gets himself the 50. Shots are traded. Snatch down really low. Reflex chasing desperately. He's just ring around the rosy, and Reflex can't hit the shot. Now it's completely 50-50 as to who wins this fight, and the belt is up. Snatch distracted Reflex with his quick feet, and that will be a win for Snatch. Map 1 going to the Swede on the NA hub. As we move on to UK. Crazy moments in that game. I particularly like the shock combo punt into the ceiling followed by the tri-rocket suicide. I haven't seen that one before. You know, we're going to Landon. Yeah, I'm very impressed by Snatch's form. The EU players making a show of things against Reflex today, it seems. Why am I not joining the hub? There we go. And it's map 2 Coma. That was Snatch's map pick. I had forgotten that. So, clearly confident was the right map to pick. And Coma's an interesting one, because Coma is a map that can spiral out of control completely. It's hard to get yourself out of map lock if you're out of control, because there's no 25, the vials aren't really very accessible. You kind of have to put yourself in harm's way to get the ones at the top. Sniper's out of the way, Shock is vulnerable. Did anyone else just hear Fantasy's voice there? Was that in the server? Confused me. That's thrown me a bit. Anyway, what I was saying was, home is a risky map to pick. It's kind of like picking a race. You may be good in it, but it could go very wrong for you very quickly. Okay, so I wasn't going mad. It did play Fantasy's voice. I've never noticed that. But we're just waiting for Snatch. There we go. He's joined the server. And yeah, the thing that concerns me for Reflex's sake is that he's playing on the UK hub, so he's the one on 90 ping now. And that's going to potentially hinder his aim a bit, although he is a pretty sniper heavy player, and generally he can play pretty well with sniper. As we move on to map 2, we are 1 point up. Was Snatch. He's in the blue trunks.
2, 1.
On DM Coma, and that's weird. I'm in the ground. I don't see what it's actually that damage with. But probably the shock. No, can't have been. But there we go. He picks up a sniper rifle, and they've both traded hit scan. So a classic start to a UT4 duel. Oh, Reflex making a risky play here. Moving in and trusting his aim, but it betrays him. What a shot by Snatch! And potentially another one here. There we go. And he's quickly 3-0 up. Man, I thought the start of the last game was fast. Man, Snatch is looking on form, and this is what I like to see. Because, I mean, Snatch as a player, he's one of those players that I feel like doesn't play as well in tournament settings. But his performance so far speaks otherwise. Although Reflex able to get himself onto the belt. Pretty close fight. I think Snatch is going to get that 100 uncontested though. In fact, threading some combos defensively as well. It could have been a juicy trap by Reflex, and in fact, it's probably going to get the kill here unless Snatch does something outrageous. But unable to fire the last shot out. Now it's Reflex's turn to hit all his snipers. Snatch can't even go for those health packs. Doesn't want to risk it. Knows Reflex is above him with the rocket launcher. But I think Reflex, yeah, we'll just go for the 100. As Snatch has to contend himself with the 50. And the 150 armor being synchronized there is probably quite important for the out of control player. Because if once that control player starts cycling those 2 items on this map, it could pretty much be over. And this defensive damage ahead of this belt is really important for Snatch. It's 3 snipers, and now it's a 50-50. We'll go the way of Reflex, down to 3 HP. That's 2 low health belt grabs that he's had to tie this game. And Snatch with the exit damage. It's not going to matter because of this 100, unless he hits this shot as well, which he does. The angles, man. Already 1,000 damage for Snatch. And Reflex not too far behind. These players are hitting a lot. But Reflex, Iron Grip on this 100 armor. And by Iron Grip, I mean he's had 2 of them in a row. 3, make that. I mean, Snatch has got to watch his head here. He will die to a headshot. And Reflex, you see him there aiming for that shot. Making sure he hits it. As the belt's coming up, it's another situation where they're just sniping each other before the belt. And do these guys know there are other guns available? Reflex actually pushing it with the Enforcer, and it's Snatch's turn to get an outrageously low health belt grab. Reflex's Enforcer couldn't carry him through that fight, as it so often does. But because Snatch was so low, and had to get the 100 armor, that gives Reflex a bit of time to get some guns, get some stack. And he will walk away with the 50 armor, which is more than nothing, I suppose. These players are outrageous. They're so willing to just take aim duels. Both of them are so confident in their aim. Oh, the combos from Snatch are huge. Reflex had nowhere to go, and Snatch will pick that one up. And he's looking for the spawn frags, gets a shot. Oh. You know, it makes me cringe internally when I see people, they hit one sniper shot and then they keep the sniper out. I think you got time on UT Plus to switch to the shock, but clearly these players are too confident in their aim. And this rotation is starting for Snatch. Reflex nearly walked into that combo. He's actually going to get the tri-rockets out, and Snatch makes the wise move to dodge completely away from the 100 armor. Reflex is on 1 HP. Bit of overkill there. And now Snatch gets to go and walk over to this 50 armor. As long as he doesn't get headshot or something silly here. Oh, the combo. Predicting Reflex would jump through the lift shaft. And now it's starting to spiral. You see Snatch has everything. And what's coming up next? It's the 100 armor. Where is Snatch? He's already sat on it because this map is tiny. And Reflex holding his spawn even. Maybe just taking a second to breathe and think about what's going on. But the Enforcer is not going to serve him too well here, I say, as he hits every shot. But the link gun comes out for Snatch, and this belt will go his way. Doesn't hit the shot, and does want to watch his head because he will die to a headshot here, and that would be quite something. But he'll just hit everything, apparently. Snatch is looking on fire. And he knows that 50 armor's up, so he's trying to deny it. Reflex wisely not going to walk into those combos. As Snatch picks up the 100. And the rotation is maintained at least a little bit. Nice rockets from Reflex, taking Snatch down to 30 in armor, but he just doesn't really have the stack to push. Instead, he's going to go for it anyway, and I think he'll die here. As a Rampage is hit by Snatch, with only 4 minutes left. We could be seeing Reflex dropping to the lower bracket here. Remember, this is map 2. Snatch won the first one. Patient flak primaries. And it's just so hard to get in on the armors. Even with the great spawn. Snatch doesn't give a shit, man. Knows Reflex is on 10 health. Still goes with the sniper rifle. Even though he had every gun available to him. Must be feeling his aim. Although, maybe not his movement. As a Reflex, unable to get himself anywhere near that belt. Too many combos. And this is looking dangerous, man. And every time he spawns, it's like Snatch is just there with the damage. The one time he went for the vials, right? But it's just instantly punished. Snatch is in his face already with the flak. He's hitting his shots though, but it's just not enough. He is hitting 50% sniper, which is kind of absurd, but Snatch himself hitting 45. This could be a fight for Reflex actually, but no. These low HP lives from Snatch. It's now 3 and 19. I mean, this game is totally over.
3 minutes remain.
And I think I agree with the sentiment in chat is that this map is like, this is not the map you want to play if you're high ping. Snatch actually just going to push anyway with the link gun. As far as he's concerned, this map is sealed, and I think most of us can agree with that. And it's a shocking scoreline. even with the ping difference. I'll let you take a quick look at the stats now. Reflex actually has taken 3 belts, but remember 2 of those were the first 2 belts, and he only walked away with 3 HP under them or something silly. And since then it's been all Snatch. And a bit of control has been wrestled back by Reflex, but it's just too late. Snatch already has the score lead. And Snatch is going to get this belt as well. I mean, even just denying that belt is enough, right? Because it means Reflex can't push super aggressively. What a shot! Bit of a rocket jumping by Snatch there. And probably does want to slow this down a bit. I mean, it is a tournament after all, and you are playing Reflex. Don't want to give him any opportunity to somehow make the miracle comeback. So I imagine we'll see Snatch go a bit slower. People in chat debating the map list. I mean, personally, Coma is my least favourite duel map in the pool. I just think it's so, like... If people figured it out, basically. And I liked Alanis, which is the remake of Ironic from 2K4. But I think, like, honestly, what that map needs is the weapons moving. Because it works in 2K4, because it's kind of like Aero Walk in that way. It's nice and fast. But it just doesn't work in UT4. Maps like that just aren't as spectacular. So you don't get the benefit of them, but then you still have to deal with like the fact that you just get spawn fragged over and over. But there are some other maps. Overall, I actually really like the map pool for this tournament. I think it's got a good mix. But as we enter the last 15 seconds of the game, Snatch hits another headshot, because why not? And he was definitely aiming for that second headshot in a row there, if I know Snatch.
3, 2, 1.
Looking dangerous. It's a 2-0. As Snatch knocks Reflex down to the lower bracket, and that earns Snatch a place in the winner bracket semi-final. And we move on to another map. So the next map is going to be Fantasy versus Scrims, which should be good as well. I think that's going to be a very different map. Fantasy and Scrims, less on the aim side than some of these other players. Much more on the sort of cerebral side of the game and setting up for items, good positioning, all that. Very good fundamentals on both of these players. Sorry, I'm just changing stuff behind the scenes here. Shout out to Wolf, by the way, who's being my off-site producer. Wolf and I spent a lot of time working on these graphics, so I hope you guys enjoy them. All of the pick band stuff, all of the player photos, all that's done by Wolf, so shout out to him. Right, I don't know when Inceptus and Demon are going to play Iska. I imagine they'll... I mean, I won't be streaming that. I think that's going to be parallel. So, if Dusick is currently streaming Dylan versus Rookie, then he'll be streaming Inceptus versus Demon immediately after, and that should be a good game. You've kind of got sort of parallel matchups on either side of the bracket. You have the slower paced, more cerebral side of the matchup, which is Fantasy and Scrims and Dylan versus Rookie, and then you have the all-out aimers on the other side. Anyway, let's move on to the next matchup, which is going to be Fantasy versus Scrims, as discussed. Scrims is seed 8, so I wonder who he beat. Scrims knocked Crytek down 2-0, so a little bit of an upset as far as the seeding is concerned. Crytek, very strong aimer, and did really well in the last Grand Duel tournament. Came like, I think he came 3rd or 4th. Might have been 3rd. So good job by Scrims there to knock Crytek down. But I'm expecting this to be a very cerebral, positioning heavy game. Scrims, of course, 2K4 legend and Fantasy, very high level player from NA. Won the last big NA Duel tournament. That was a couple of years ago. He beat Demon in the final. From the lower bracket, no less. I think he might have lost the first map in the final, so it was a reverse sweep or something ridiculous. So no slouch when it comes to Duel. Now, I will find the maps for you. So the bands are Fantasy's band Mythic and ASDF, and Scrims' band Erase and Solo. So Fantasy picked Deep, so another Deep first pick. We've seen that a lot so far. And Scrims picked Lear, which is wholly unsurprising considering the absurd number of duels he's played in 2K4. It's a slightly different map in UT4, of course, but generally players like to feel comfortable in the maps they pick. And then the tiebreaker is Coma. I don't know who to favour on that map, to be honest. I think overall, I'd be interested to hear your guys' thoughts. I think overall, my thoughts are that Fantasy will take this game. And I think, honestly, Fantasy has a good matchup against Scrims. I think Scrims plays really well against players that have high aim, but not so good decision making. But Fantasy is going to play it nice and standard. Although I'm certain there's a world where Scrims takes it. You guys might be able to hear my cat in the background. I'm assuming these guys are joining on New York City, so I will go there now. And first map's going to be Lear. I don't know if these guys will change server. There's ping-dependent rules for server changes, but we might see 2 NA, 1 EU, as we did last game. But it looks like generally players play their opponent's map pick on their server. But I'm hyped for this one. As the players are warming up. Looks like we might be already up soon. There's so many spawns on this map. But it looks like we are ready. Have Fun is called. It's map 1. Fantasy versus Scrims. In the upper bracket, so still not knockout stages yet. I think we will be covering some lower brackets later, but for now, both players get the sniper spawn. That does sometimes happen. I mean, I was just saying there are so many spawns on this map. And Fantasy, he's sticking around, wants to get this kill. Not willing to allow Scrims to slip through his fingers, but he might have done just that. Or had a chance there to snipe Scrims in the butt, but was missing his shots. 5 seconds on this 100 armor. Scrims is backing off. Pushes with the flak cannon, and it's the flak that Scrims is known for. As Fantasy picks up his first frag. And it's actually really horrible timing for Scrims to die there. Because it means that he can't get himself onto the 50 armor. He does get a shock rifle though, and that is so important on this map. Less so in UT Plus than it is in stock, but still probably the most important gun. Just so many choke points on this map. You can really zone your opponent out with combos. As Fantasy throws a nice rocket up there. Expecting Scrims to be exactly where he was. But it doesn't hit the shot. That rocket does connect though. And you see how Fantasy is zoning Scrims into this corner here, doing little bits of damage, and then we'll push in when he's confident that he can take the fight. Nicely played. Quick 2-0. As Scrims, tail between his legs, running up to the rocket launcher, eats another sniper shot. Oh no. Suicides with the rockets. Opportunity to get onto the 100 though. And it's going to be it's a race to the 100, and Fantasy, he's going to win that, diving in with the rockets. But Scrims is hitting a lot. And Fantasy's lost a lot of his stack ahead of this belt fight, didn't get much reward out of it. And the sneaky move by Scrims with a great combo knocks Fantasy down. And Fantasy doesn't have much time to get up towards this belt. Oh, actually might think twice now that he hit that rocket. You know, you can see the indecision. He wants to at least have some kind of contest at the belt. As Scrims pushes him back, the 100 armor's up as well, so any fight Scrims takes here is going to be great because he can just back straight up into the 100. He's now off -1. He's actually pushing out. I love this move by Scrims. And it's putting a massive delay on this 100 armor, so much so that it's almost synchronized with the belt again. Doesn't want to risk getting knocked down. I mean, this is where he reaps the benefit of not taking that 100, right? Although it would have spawned by now anyway. That was like a 45-second delay. That's huge. And there's things like that can really throw off your opponent. As Fantasy hits a nice shot, the stacks are relatively even. I mean, the downside to that delay is it gives Fantasy enough space to get these 50 armors. And the nice combo from Fantasy. Scrims is able to get himself onto the 100, onto the shield belt, sorry. But Fantasy backs off towards the 100 armor, which is coming up now. So still pretty even stacks. Fantasy running out of shock ammo though, which could bite him. Does have the sniper to fall back on though. And he's actually going to pick up this shock. You see him waiting there. He's so clever with the little decisions he makes. You see him waiting there, not taking the shock ammo because of the sound cue. And that allowed him to get a bit of chip damage, which is helping him at the start of this fight, although things are going wrong on the left. And I think Scrims has guaranteed himself this 100. Oh, risky dodge by Scrims onto the health, and that punishes him not able to get back towards the 100. And I'm gonna say a great spawn for Fantasy there, but missed the combo. And it's still 3-0. This game feels much closer, even though the damage difference is huge. Good try, Rockets, but not gonna matter. Sorry, I have the wrong HUD icons on. There we go. Fight over the 100. Fantasy pushing out a bit. And that's proof of an experienced player, right? Is not sitting directly on the armor when you're expecting a player to come from a certain angle. Because if you push out a bit, you can defend it. Make sure that your opponent can't dodge in it mid-fight. And this is a long, protracted fight. Lots of messier engagements here. As Fantasy runs over towards the 100, takes Scrims out as well. It's not a good time to be going down, actually. This is 100. Oh, Scrims gets himself on the 100. That is so cheeky. But the damage from Fantasy is massive. And the sniper to finish. Surprised we didn't see a bind there. You see, if Scrims had gotten away with that 100, then he can contest this belt really nicely, but as it stands, not able to put up much of a fight. And Fantasy dodging in from above, hitting nice rockets. What a shot. And that damage was unreturned completely. Scrims floundering a bit. Another 100 going the way of Scrims, actually. Good defense with the link gun. And with 4.5 minutes left, the 6 frag lead is certainly doable on Leah, but the Fantasy is just giving him no options. I think definitely of all the American players, Fantasy is probably the best at transitioning to a defensive style when he knows he's got the lead. He can and will play very rat-like in the sewers. And again, good positioning from Fantasy. There's 100 arms up, but he's not going to waste time. Instead, going over towards the belt, although does give it up. And I think this gives Scrims a chance to get onto the 100. And he's snuck in behind Fantasy. Good flak damage, but is returned completely by Fantasy, and that might have been a headshot. As Scrims goes down, unable to get anything going. And if 6 frags in 4.5 minutes was doable, I feel like 8 in 3.5 is probably not. I mean, that's a flashback to the last game where we saw Snatch do that to Reflex. It's the snipers and the shock primaries on the freshly spawned player, just denying all the space completely. Oh my god, Fantasies and everything. What's he on sniper-wise? 51%. Scrims hasn't even hit a sniper yet. Another free belt goes to Fantasy, and he's got all the vials to back it up as well. Just looking so in control of this game. What a rocket. Just flicked it over the bridge. How many hundreds has he had? 7. I mean, the game's gone pretty quiet. Seemingly almost over. And Fantasy hitting in 199 there. And just needs like to pick up the 50 armor or something. Oh, big combo by Scrims, but look how stacked Fantasy is. He still has like 200 plus max stack. And I think he's just toying with Scrims a bit here. Warm up his aim. More than it already is. What a combo. A nice fadeaway, and that's one in the belt. The penultimate belt, which at this point is not too relevant. It's a great snipe. And concession from Scrims, fair enough too. Now, Scrims left, so we are going to London. But I don't know, that looked pretty dominating by Fantasy. I hope Scrims got something special planned. Reminder, that was his map pick. But to be honest, Fantasy is a known Leah player. Always been very good on that map. You know, some players, once they get a bit of space, they really come into their own. I think Fantasy is one of those players. And it's deep. So all the Captain Migraine maps this series. Although this one doesn't have 4 spawns on every gun. So we won't see a start where they both spawn sniper, hopefully. Get in there, guys. So as far as the tournament schedule is concerned, I don't actually know what games will happen next. I might go cast some lower bracket games, but for now, we're into map 2. Do or die for Scrims, otherwise he drops down to the lower bracket.
3, 2, 1.
And it's a sniper shock trade, most likely. Scrims with the shock. Fantasy looking for the headshot. Patient shot, but doesn't connect it. Scrims going in aggressive with the shock rifle. Headshot denies any chance of that happening. And that's twice we've seen a first blood headshot. In fact, it might even have been a first blood headshot in the Anzu exit game. Oh, what a combo. Scrims down to 14 health. And that's going to give Fantasy so much time to delay. But Scrims pushing in does not want this to be delayed. Actually gets the 100. Ballsy move. And I actually kind of like that, even though he went down. The fact that he's able to prevent that 100 armor from being delayed might actually guarantee him one of the 2 major items in the next cycle. Oh, did fall down there. He's pushing. Fantasy's got no shock rifle ammo. But Scrims unable to connect with his shock. And it will be the belt going to Fantasy. And this is where Scrims gets to capitalize on the fact that that 100 armor wasn't delayed. Worth it in the end, guys. And Scrims is pushing into Fantasy, but Fantasy's hitting all his shots. Nearly a great combo from Scrims. But it's going to have to play around the vials. Fantasy's set up on that 100 way ahead of time, denying any chance of Scrims getting in. I mean, Scrims will still go down here. He has to get more health. There we go. It's now no longer sniperable. But the 50's not up. What a combo! But one is returned right back at him by Fantasy. And he's going to sit on the 50 armor. It's only just spawned. As the belt's up in 5. I think he's going to contest this. Kind of has to. He doesn't want to let this game slip into impossible territory. Like Leah did. And he's pushing up nice and close. Doesn't have his trusty flat cannon, but we've seen him hit some dirty combos already. And we'll get the 100 armor. Almost out of ammo, though. Really needs another gun. He's going in with the Enforcer play. I really like this. Desperately wants this kill. Fantasy will die to 2 Enforcers, maybe 3. Oh, but Fantasy's all over the health. And Scrims just can't connect the combo. Eats a direct rocket. This defensive play from Fantasy is outrageous. Scrims goes for the cutoff, but I kind of mispositions himself a bit. I do like the idea of trying to shoot Fantasy before he gets to the 50, but I think he's conceded this 100. No, he hasn't. He's got it covered, guys. And still a big damage lead for Fantasy, as we saw in the last game. That's coming up pretty shortly. And Fantasy, oh, what a shot. He might actually push the belt after this. You see Scrims going straight back to it. Not going to spend any time walking around on sub 100 health. Armor spawned. So Fantasy's not got any armor. And Scrims knows this. 100%. Just needs 2 more shock primaries. I want to see the link gun here, but Fantasy's actually got himself onto the 100 armor. Great rockets from Scrims. And good denial of the shot of the sniper there. As Fantasy, he's on such low health, Scrims will pull out the rocket launcher to finish the job. And now we're only within 1 spawn frag potential here, but not to be. As Fantasy takes the teleporter, and we've got a classic deep setup up high for the 100 armor. Both players dodging down. Scrims getting in Fantasy's face, but it could punish him. And is instead going to back off, pick up that shock ammo, and defend the belt from the sniper position. Actually, I love that move from Scrims to go and deny the sniper rifle, so if Fantasy comes that way, he doesn't get the gun for free. And he's pushing him with a sniper rifle. It's a fair amount of damage, but receives some in return. And Fantasy was able to walk over those health packs. Those health packs are really important deep. Something I've just never been able to play around correctly. Because It's kind of like ASDF top position, but really not as safe. As Scrims hits great rockets onto Fantasy. Potential for another frag here and a tie-up. What a shot through the teleporter. That was a flick shot. Don't quite see it perfectly in the replay system, but trust me, that was a wrist breaker. And we're all tied up. And this is the sort of pace that I like to see Scrims playing at. Because he's nice and calm and collected. And that's it's when he slowly racks up the kills. And what? Okay, speechless. That's why I am right now. Because so many things happened at once right there. 100 armor is up. I'm just not going to comment on what happened there. You all saw it. And a great combo on the exit, but Fantasy applying tons of pressure with the minigun. Underrated gun. Because it has that long spin-up time, people don't expect it to be able to put on pressure so quickly, but if you pre-spin it up, then you can do a lot. And Fantasy's rushing in with a flat cannon. Scrims was knocked down and caught unawares. Fantasy takes the lead again. As Scrims hits a great flak ball. Potential for another one, kills Fantasy going up the lift and gets himself the 100 armor, so it's so back and forth. And that's a 2-point lead for Scrims. It's Fantasy for sure going down here. Not a great spawn. Oh, such beautifully placed rockets by Scrims. And that's for sure going to win in this belt. Fantasy has to dodge back to those health packs. And this 100's coming up. I think Scrims has got the position on it. He's going to rush in with the rocket launcher. And nearly gets the kill as Fantasy goes up in the air. And comes crashing back down to earth after that sniper shot. And the spawn is heard by Scrims as well. Good rockets. Scrims knows Fantasy wants that health. And he's actually... No, he hasn't let him onto it. But he's heard that health pick up. Expecting the double back. Instead, will just position himself with this 100 armor. I mean, it's looking real good for Scrims right now, although still 3 minutes left. Only a 4-point lead. Can spawn frag quite quickly on this map. As we saw Scrims almost do earlier with that spawn by the rockets. Nearly a beautiful double combo. And Scrims going in. I think he's lost the belt, actually. That double combo would have secured it. But instead he's going to have to sit back and defend one of these smaller armors. He might not actually have time for this one as Fantasy pushes in. But I think Scrims anticipating the double back. Oh, this is so tight. And Fantasy will go down to 1 rocket. It gets the kill with a link gun. It's a 3-point lead as Scrims spawns down by the shock. And a bit of a slowing of the pace. As Fantasy gets those health packs, Scrims will die to 1 sniper here, so he has to watch his head. Gonna go down for that. Ooh, down for that health pack. As Fantasy moves in with the shock rifle. And backs off again. Doesn't want to throw this opportunity back into the game. Still low stacks for both players. Scrims wanted to do some damage before Fantasy got that 100 armor, but doesn't get it and instead backs off. This belt's up in 9 seconds, and I think Scrims is probably going to want to vacate unless he can get the kill here. As Fantasy jumps onto a combo, hits a direct flagpole, and that's the risk of taking any fight at 100 health. So many things can one-shot you, and the belt goes to Fantasy. 2-point lead, 2 minutes left, and Scrims going to be sweating now. Reminder, if he loses this game, he drops to the lower bracket, and Fantasy goes to the upper bracket semis. And the pace is slowed once again. Scrims able to get himself a shock rifle, and that's the weapon that we've seen him do so much damage with this game. The nice defensive combos, and he's actually pretty much vacated the area, knowing that he can stack up on the small armors, but he's actually run into Fantasy. Great flak ball. Desperately looking for a second one. He notices 100 armors up. Great shock rifle shot, followed by another combo. Beautiful sequence there by Scrims, and Fantasy calls the GG. I actually have a replay system that I haven't been using, so we can watch that combo again. I'm hoping. Ah, no, it's going to cut it off. That's annoying. We go to a game 3. I should use that replay system more, because I spent a lot of time on those animations. But here we go into Coma, and I mean, we saw Fantasy in chat earlier say that he thinks that Coma is the least playable map on high ping. So he's going to be feeling pretty confident going into this. And we saw how true that was in Snatch versus Reflex. Still an excellent showing from Scrims. And he's definitely not out yet. Coma, as I said earlier, essential to establish total map lock. And you have to do something pretty crazy to get out of a situation like that. I could see Scrims potentially establishing something like that. He's a very smart player. But I do personally have to give the edge to Fantasy on this game 3. Don't know how you guys feel about that. Have Fun is called as we move into map 3. And they've swapped colors, so I will need to change the HUD.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, there we go. No instant first bloods this time around though, so I didn't miss anything. Let's turn these item timers on. Patient Sniper from Fantasy. Scrim's caught just staring at a wall there. Actually would have died if Fantasy hit him. But the shot was missed. And the 100 armor and 50 armor traded. Scrim's caught. Look in the wrong direction once again. But will defend himself with the primary. Pretty low damage starts. Fantasy backs up into Scrims. This could be disastrous. Scrims doesn't hit the sniper though. That would have killed Fantasy. As Fantasy moves in from the teleporter, and he's actually zoning Scrims really nicely with that aggressive dodge with the rocket launcher. And he's going to pick up that shield belt, pretty much uncontested. He's going to try and shoot Scrims in the back. And Scrims knows he can't dodge for this. Oh, I take it back, he dodges anyway. As Fantasy hits 4 shock primaries in a row, nearly 5, and gets first blood. And as far as Fantasy is concerned, this could be the beginning of the end. This could be how he seals it. That's a great delay on the 50 armor already. The rotation is established. So this could be dark days for Scrims ahead. Brutal map lock can be achieved on Coma, of course. Although he's actually not pushing for this 100 armor. And doesn't hit the defensive combos. As Scrims pushes through completely unharmed. So we'll switch over to him, see what he can do with this newfound stack. Great little flick shot. And a fantastic flak ball. The 180 there, and that wins in the belt. So the rotation now fully in the favor of Scrims. The one that Fantasy set up himself with a huge combo. And another one! And the bind from Fantasy, he knows how clutch that was. And I think Fantasy's going to get this 100 armor as a result. Scrims just getting in his face with the sniper. Resetting the stacks. And nearly another big combo. Minigun applies so much pressure. Scrims misses the shot. And Fantasy will survive on 5 HP. Still within range of that sniper rifle. Scrims hits the shot. And now he needs to watch out for a spawn. Fantasy could realistically get a gun and challenge for this 100. Always a nervous position to be in. There you go, Fantasy a couple seconds late, but damage from the minigun is strong. Scrims knows he's going for this health, but can't hit the shot. If he gets that shot, he probably wins the belt, but the combo is huge, 173. And Scrims looking for the spawn kill. Does not want to allow Fantasy to get this link spawn. Double death on the shield belt. The spawn is better for Fantasy. And Scrims attempting the hammer jump, but is just going to run away now. Unlucky. Couple nice spawns, but the game is all tied up, and this is looking a lot closer than Leah did. Maybe Scrims warming up a bit. There was a break immediately before this game, but the plasma is too strong from Fantasy's link gun. And the damage is closer in this game than it has been in any of the others. That was a ton of link damage as well, as the tri-rockets are charged. And that nice clean rotation I thought was going to get set up has been anything but. Oh, Scrims doing so well to deny this armor at distance. Does eat a combo. He's forcing Fantasy away from this armor bit by bit, although Fantasy makes an aggressive play for it. Finally, the armor comes up and he gets the kill. Belts up in 5 seconds, and that could spell disaster. Another failed piston jump. But it's not going to matter. Fantasy secures himself the belt, and there's 50 armors up as well, I believe. And Scrims nowhere near it. Eating a sniper shot as well. That is brutal. A second opportunity for Fantasy to establish this item rotation. And there we go. Scrims just cannot contest this 100, and that's because of the sniper shot that Fantasy hit. You got to be so careful when you're out of control. And Homer! Oh, I thought that rocket would hit him. That one did. Although not quite direct. This is map 3, guys. It's tiebreak. Fantasy may be a little bit out of position for this 100 armor. Instead, it's sitting on the belt. And it will probably give Scrims it for free. And Fantasy's actually fallen down low. Oh! What a headshot! That's massive. As actually Fantasy hit a second sniper there. And Scrims dodging past the combo. It's now a 3-point game. Still relatively close, all things considered. And this is far from over, especially if Scrims is going to hit combos like this. Potential for another one here, but Fantasy whips out the miniguns. And the pressure is too much. Scrims falls, 4-point game. With 4.5 minutes remaining. And Scrims hits another sniper shot. He's getting lots and lots of damage this game. At the crucial moments, but just unable to get the finishing blows sometimes. Oh dear. Now a 6-point game, 4 minutes again, still doable. But the frags are not going the direction Scrims wants. Especially if he makes plays like that. Although now here's an opportunity, because the belt and the 100 armor are synchronized. Scrims doesn't want to go down here, because if he dies, he'll probably lose both. Yeah, spawns up at the sniper. Fantasy's going to be right on his tail. And the rockets are good, but doesn't matter how many good rockets you hit if your opponent's got 200 stack and access to all the armor. And Fantasy will finally pick up that 100 armor that could potentially have been Scrims if he hadn't taken the belt fight. And 12-3 is looking bleak. Damage difference starting to show itself once again. As the game slows down a bit, Fantasy may be taking his foot off the gas a little bit. I've noticed he likes to defend this 100 armor from a distance. Doesn't want to overcommit. No, Scrims has to come to him at this point in the game, and he's going to defend it from above as the belt comes up. And Scrims down to 50 health. And all the flak secondaries in the world aren't going to stop him dying here. As Fantasy hits Rampage. 100 armor up in 3 seconds. He's in prime position to take that. And Scrims has to run away pretty much. Fantasy even trying to deny the vials from him. This man is twisted. Nice stinger jump. That's one way to get around the ramp bug on the wall there. As Scrims gets trapped on the left. This is pretty much over, I'm afraid. Looked like it was going to be much closer than Leah, but unfortunately didn't go that way in the second half. Fantasy looking extremely strong though. And playing just how I'd expect him to play. Really strong decision making. Takes risks, but only when he knows that he can face the consequences. Although this is quite the fight. Does eventually go the way of fantasy. And I think probably these two might play this out. Couple minutes left on the clock. There's Fantasy feeling his aim now. Potential for a headshot spawn kill there. But not to be. 17-3. Kind of goes against how close the game truly was. But that means that Fantasy has secured himself a place in the upper bracket semi-final. So he's top 4 in the upper bracket. Great shot right there. And I think that means you make top 6 or something in a double elim bracket. Should look that up. But no surprise that Fantasy still on the path to the winner bracket final. He is number 2 seed after all. And Scrims, good performance, beating Crytek and taking a map off Fantasy last game. He will drop to the lower bracket. And we might be seeing more of him today, actually, as I'm probably going to go cast the lower bracket games.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1.
There you go. 2-1 scoreline. And domination on this last map, at least in the second half. I'm going to go work out what games I'm casting next. And then I'll be back with you very shortly. I think my scene's broke there, but I'm back. I'm waiting for OBS to pick up the game. There we go. Okay. So we're going to move on to the lower brackets. And what keys aren't going to work? Hold on. Oh, for God's sake. Be nice if things just worked, yeah? It says I'm on... So bizarre. There we go. This is our matchup. Crytek versus Aiko in the lower bracket, so a knockout match. And the map picks are as follows. Aiko's banned Erase and Coma, and Crytek has banned ASDF and Mythic. So Aiko's picked Solo. Crytek picked Deep, so we'll be seeing Deep again. And the final map is Leah. So Deep and Leah very, very popular so far in the tournament. I haven't seen any ASDF games. No, hang on, take that back. We saw one earlier, Snatch versus Lavac. And we saw the end of an Erase game. So we saw a bit of everything today. And we still have a couple of matches left. So we might see more playtime on the other maps. So I don't know what hub they're playing on, but I will find out for you guys. I will find the game shortly. Oh, they've already started. We'll get into the game then. What is wrong with my scenes? I don't understand. Oh my god, OBS. It works offline, I promise, guys. But here we go. These are the pings. This is map 1 as Crytek obliterates Aiko with some grenades. I'm assuming this is map 1 though. I think it must be. It looks like both players jockeying for this 100 armor. Small lead for Crytek, but nothing that can't be surpassed in the next 2 minutes. As he's down to 50 health, will die to one shot there. But gets himself the 100 regardless and is pushing Aiko back to the 50. Ooh, great flak ball, followed up by a shock primary. Let's take a look at his point of view. As he hears the spawn down by the rockets. Aiko not able to contest for this belt, really. It's up in 15 seconds as Crytek pings him in the butt. Oh, Aiko making moves. He's going to squat down by the by the shield belt. He's actually knocked down. It's so hard to play for this shield belt when you're down low as Crytek hits a nice combo. And Aiko spawns next to him. That's really rough because Crytek can just waltz on over to the 100 armor and pick that up pretty much uncontested. Hard scoping this shock rifle. Nearly pays off. And Crytek, obviously a high ping player, playing out of South America. Exceptional hit scan aim. And it's really a good flak as well, actually. He's really come into his own this last couple of years. I remember when he sort of broke onto the scene a bit in the UTPL days. Back when it was Matt was the de facto South American king. But Crytek has taken that crown now. And a great sniper onto Aiko will punish him for going for that 50 armor. Aiko obviously no slouch, but kind of meeting his match here in this game by the looks of things. And good rockets from Crytek. This 100 armor will be free, and he's got such a vial stack. Generally a pretty slow process to stack up vials in solo, so to get this high is impressive. Oh, brilliant combo out of Aiko. That's going to ping Crytek down really low. He's down to 9 health. Aiko hit every shot there. And this is his opportunity to get back into the game a bit. 100 armor's up in 10 seconds, although I have a feeling Aiko doesn't know the time. And this can happen if you're out of control for a good while. And Crytek hits a beautiful flak secondary and doesn't go down before the 100. So he'll secure that. See Crytek not take... Oh wait, they could just walk onto the belt and take it. I don't understand. But Crytek kind of on the back foot here. Aiko is an excellent spawn frag abuser. So they're the universe where he takes this back, but it's got a lot of work to do. And I doubt Crytek is going to want to let him chain frags together. Great rocket, nearly a great second. Crytek just wasting time. He knows that he's got 2 minutes to kill, and this is a tall order for Aiko. Crytek gets himself onto a shock as well. Shock is so important on solo because you can defend the belt with it. But instead he's actually going to back off a bit. Allows Aiko to get the belt. Instead wants to guarantee himself some armor. Aiko knows this and he's pushing out a bit. And I think Aiko doubling back there will have allowed Crytek enough time to take the 100 armor. Which is spawning now. So I think probably this game is outside the realm of possibility. But Aiko's going to try nonetheless. Let's actually follow him. He's got a nice stack up at the moment. Looking for that entry damage, but all his armor's gone. And he has to push. Great sniper aim. Crytek rockets his own face. And this 100's up soon. But the rate of these kills are coming is just not high enough. And he's kind of made the wrong decision going that way, because Crytek's going to get himself onto the 100, and hits a beautiful combo. Nearly cratering Aiko, but doesn't need the full damage. And we could see a GG here, although Aiko might be the type of player to play it out. So he gets nuked. And reminder, this is a... it's a knockout game. I don't know if this is game 1 or game 2. But Aiko calls it. I guess we'll find out now if this was the final game. And given that nobody is left, I think it probably isn't. So we do get more games out of these two. I can't actually remember what maps they said they were going on to. I'll bring them up. Onto deep. Aiko is a good deep player. Sounded weird. But I think a lot of Aiko's strengths are actually quite close range. He has great hit scan, but also tracking aim. And it's pretty good with flak and rockets as well. Just generally a very skilled player. All round though, rather than being focused on any 1 or 2 weapons. But yeah, so this is map 2, I think. I should really check. Okay, yeah, this is map 2. Can confirm. So if Aiko loses this, he's out of the tournament. And if Crytek loses, we go to a map 3. I mean, based on the seeds, you would expect Crytek to take this. I think actually, seed-wise, it might be a bit of an overperformance from Aiko, but we've seen him in tournament finals before, so not surprised he's made it this far, that's for sure. And he's readied up. So let's get into map 2. Has it just broken my scene again? That's ridiculous. Why does nothing work? There we go. Why does it do that? You don't want to see my face, you want to see the game. Just work, OBS. I promise this worked offline. If this cancels out, I'm going to be so mad. We missed the -1. Okay, it's working. So I don't know how Aiko got onto -1. It says he kills himself with the flak. Ooh, nice headshot. Crytek goes down, so it's almost like he didn't die at the start. As he hears the spawn by rockets. I'm imagining this is Crytek's map pick. Solo, more of a map for Aiko's style, I think. As it's a fight over the belt. Autocam sending me Crytek's way. Aiko unable to make the jump up. Falls foul of the lift. And is risking getting caught out here. Crytek gets himself onto the 100, pretty much uncontested. And hits nice sniper damage. Aiko is trapped up at the 25. Nowhere to run. As Crytek moves in. Tries to dodge out under him, but goes down regardless. Well, the 50 spawn is nice. Oh, I take it back. He dies instantly. Crytek already on a bit of a roll here. 2 shock primaries. And that's a combo. That was, didn't see the damage number, but that is so much overkill. Did hear the sniper spawn. I mean, Aiko probably wants to stabilize himself. There's a big score lead just 2 minutes into a game. So he's already fighting from behind, fighting for his tournament life. And Aiko's gone in for the belt. It's up in just a second, but Crytek will be the one to pick it up. Bullying Aiko off with the rockets, and the chase down with the shock. Aiko unable to hit a single shot there, unfortunate. And the 100 armor's up. Aiko in no position to contest. Crytek will get that absolutely for free. Oh, this pressure from Crytek and... No, hang on. I was following the wrong player. The pressure from Aiko, followed up by the air rocket, actually gets the kill. Crytek had so much stack and he still goes down. I just assumed that the player pushing was Crytek because of the situation. And this is what Aiko needs to do. He needs to do exactly what Crytek was doing to him and not allow him to breathe. Make sure that he can't pick up the small armors. But he's already having a tough time. Crytek's hit 2 sniper shots, and Aiko, if he pushes out, he's risking a lot here, but what option does he have? He has to go over towards this belt, and he's going to go so riskily over towards the belt. In fact, picks it up, because I guess Crytek just expected him not to go anywhere near it. He so wants these health to spawn. He's getting really antsy about it, and does eat a combo. Belt keeps him alive, but those health took so long to spawn that Crytek's able to walk away with the 100 armor. Not the outcome Aiko wanted there. He needs these frags to start coming at some point. Good sniper shot, but return damage by Crytek with the combo, and Aiko goes down to the primaries. Momentum has been completely killed. And that belt he worked so hard for is now a distant memory. As he's pushing in with the link gun, Crytek whips out the flat cannon. This could be bad for Aiko, and it is. He knows Crytek's coming from the 100 armor. He's got an option to try and defend this belt here, but Crytek just has the time, and Aiko goes down to a combo 9-1. Oh, and the headshot by Crytek. Aiko is down a second time in a row. And a terrible spawn. 3 quick kills in succession there. Crytek looking very, very strong on deep. Oh my god. I mean, what are Aiko's options here is... I mean, it's such an undertaking when you look at the score and you're like, okay, I need to get 11 frags in 5 minutes, otherwise I'm out of the tournament. Then it just feels impossible. It is technically possible, but the way Crytek is playing is scary at the moment. If I was Aiko, I'd be pretty shook right now. And Crytek gets all the time he needs to take these sniper shots. Aiko just can't really push in for this belt, especially after that little rocket grenade. Somehow stole that belt. That's an outrage. But it's not going to be enough, because look, Crytek... Oh, Aiko could spawn with 100, but still positioning in his favour. And not just positioning, it's time, right? Aiko just doesn't have the time. I'm gonna pull up the damage. Massive damage lead! That's way bigger than I expected, even given the score. And the defensive rockets from Crytek are good. Aiko's pushed back and he hits the clutch sniper shot to not go down there. And the spawn kill combo, second time. That spawn has betrayed Aiko this game. And another 100 goes to Crytek. He's just chaining them together. 15-1, 4 minutes left. This might be the biggest score difference we've seen today. Free belt for Aiko though. So for all of Crytek's dominance, he is allowing Aiko small opportunities back into the game, as slim as they may be. Preferring instead to just kind of keep Aiko away from this 100. I mean, neither of the players need it at this point. Stacks looking... Oh, well, they were looking reasonably even before Crytek hit all those shots. Oh, I like that angle. And at this point, pretty much in garbage time. We would need 14 frags in 3 minutes, which is borderline impossible, even in perfect scenario. But player's going to be a good sport about it and play the game out. Another free belt goes to Aiko, so he is getting items, but I do get the impression that Crytek's kind of allowing that to happen. Not too worried at the moment. Still a massive damage lead. 1.3k. Pretty much double the damage for Crytek. And Aiko not hitting anything at the moment. This might be another, well, this definitely is another European falling in the tournament. I thought Dion would be the representative at the top, but he also fell to an Argentinian player in the form of Plasma. Messy rocket fight. Actually, Aiko will win it, so he gets himself on 1 point and secures the shield belt. So still timing, still very much mentally in the game, even if there's no shot of him winning. And this 100 armor is probably going to keep Crytek alive here. Hitting some nice flak as well. Oh, that's 2 direct flak balls, followed by a couple of primaries, and Aiko falls again. That link gun, nowhere near as effective for him as it is on EU servers. Oh, take it back. And more messy link kills. Damage lead is no longer 2-1, but it may as well be, as we enter the last minute of the game. surprisingly even. Actually, Aiko walking away with more belts, but the damage was just already done so early by Crytek. Such a dominating start, and it's just really hard to come back from that. I think the important thing he did was not take his foot off the gas too early. I mean, yeah, he allowed Aiko to get a couple of major items, but at no point did it feel like Aiko could threaten this lead. And really just a dominant performance by Crytek all round. 2-0 performance versus the Frenchman.
10, 9, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there we go. Players played it out. Good to see. And Crytek continues his run in the lower bracket. Aiko will be out of the tournament. So, shame about that, but nice that we got to see him play a bit on stream. Although I think Deuce cast some of his games anyway, so. Right, I'm going to go and find out what game I'm casting next. I believe it will be Crytek versus Inceptos. No, hang on. It's Dylan versus Crytek or Inceptos versus Plasma. So I'll have to work out which of those it is. But I'll be back in just a moment. guys, welcome back. We're going to move on one more round into the lower bracket, and that will be our last game for today. And then we'll pick back up tomorrow and conclude the tournament. But we're going to stick with Crytek, and we're going to watch him play against Dylan. So, opportunity for Crytek to knock out 2 Europeans in a row. Hurts. Yeah, let's get into the matchup. I do have the map picks already. You get to see our first UT stock asset looking player photo submission. So Dylan's slightly higher seeded than Aiko and took down Yi, who was seed 4, so clearly playing well. Did lose 2-0 to Rookie, but that's understandable. I think Rookie's very, very strong at the moment. But the maps are as follows. Crytek picked Erase. Dylan has picked Leah. No surprise there. And tiebreaker will be Solo. And I believe we'll be on the same hub that we were just on. So it should be easy for me to find the game, in theory. Yes, players are already playing on Leah first up. I'm interested to see what you guys think of this matchup. I mean, we just saw Crytek absolutely dominate Aiko. I do wonder if his style will be less effective against Dylan, because Dylan is a consistent player, doesn't like to take risks. And Aiko is more of a loose player in general. Anyway, the players are actually readying up already, so I'm going to get into the game. Map 1. Oh, God's sake, OBS. I don't know what's wrong with it. It just doesn't like to do what I want it to. Map 1, go. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is so tilting. There we go. No first blood in the first second this time round. HUD should be updated. And Dylan actually pressing Crytek into the wall with that shock rifle. And that's going to win in the 100 armor. Very small delay on that as Crytek gets himself over to the 50, but because he was so low, those 225s not too helpful. And Dylan looking for the long range shot. He's actually going to deny these vials. It's a very Dylan thing to do. He is the last remaining Dylan in the tournament as 59x got knocked out by Plasma. Dylan diving through those combos, escaping completely unscathed, and that's going to win in this shield belt. Ooh, nearly eats those rockets from below. But you see the patience from Dylan not risking that combo from Crytek, and he's actually going to leave the 100 up just to go do a little bit of scouting and maybe do some chip damage onto Crytek. You see, he wants to deny these vials again. Crytek knows he's there, but it's the thought, right? It's the the comfort in knowing that he has the 100 armor behind him. 100 armor's still up, by the way. And I don't think Crytek knows that. Certainly knows it now. I mean, that was like the next 100 armor that Crytek was pushing for. Ooh, big jump by Dylan, but he misses it. And that makes his approach on this belt a little bit more awkward. Crytek misses the dodge. Those grenades zone Dylan really nicely. And I think Crytek's going to have to give this belt up. But he will get himself over towards this 100 armor, which is up in 1 second. You see Crytek really wants that shock ammo, but he knows Dylan's there. And it will be Dylan to take away the shock ammo, and Crytek's running a bit low on health and armor. Dylan chasing nicely, but Crytek's able to get to the 50 health. And switch POE here. And look at that damage difference. 500 to 140. And you see the Dylan playstyle in full effect here. He has the big advantage, but he's just not prepared to take the risk until he feels like he can absolutely win the fight. It's kind of enabled Crytek to go over towards that 100 armor though. This could be a mistake, but I think he's baiting it. Oh, he doesn't want to take the damage, but also doesn't want to give up the 100. Belt's coming up. He should pick this up. Crytek, great denying combo, but Dylan still had the full belt from last time, so essentially takes no damage from that combo. He has allowed Crytek to walk away with that 100 armor, though, unscathed. So he's going to have to go back and do Dylan things with vials. Look at this stack, it's ridiculous. And still looking for the entry damage. Still not prepared to take a fight. This is the total opposite of the game we saw between Snatch and Reflex. Oh, the posturing ahead of the belt. And a great rocket from Dylan. Real strength of his, the rockets. And Crytek try rockets and hits all the rockets on Dylan, but Dylan was just so stacked that he lived. It's the power of max stack. And Dylan narrowly avoiding that shock rifle. And this is kind of the risky play, is that by keeping the scoreline super low, you do kind of tempt fate a bit as he goes in with a link gun. This 100 armor's not up for ages. It was Crytek who picked it up last. I think Dylan was unaware of that, and that's why he's been sat around here. And the combo is huge. See, all that work Dylan went through to get the kill, and Crytek picks up the refrag instantly, although the spawn will make that point moot. As Dylan looking for the frag on the rocket launch, on the flak spawn. It's the wall with the rockets. He knows Crytek is weak. Chasing him. And just can't get the last rockets. Crytek is on 8 health. Finally goes down and drops Dylan a handy shock rifle as preparation for this belt fight. Dylan's going to be very pleased with that. But it seems that Crytek will just hang back and sit on the 100 armor. I mean, this may look antsy for Dylan, because he's only got a 2 frag score lead, but you know he's so comfortable right now. It's exactly where he wants to be. And it's testament to his ability to play like this that the score is still kept this low. We saw how quickly the frags were racked up against Aiko by Crytek in just the last matchup. And so Dylan is really holding him at bay here. And even though Crytek's pushing in with the tri-rockets, doing everything he can to damage Dylan, Dylan's just waltzing past it all. And he hears Crytek approaching from the rocket launcher. Crytek favouring this tri-rockets approach, and I think that's the right thing to do, right? If you prioritize the high damage weapons, then eventually you're going to hit something that completely breaks Dylan's stack, and then suddenly you only have 2 frags to catch up. Dylan's going to have to contend himself with the 100 armor rather than the belt this time round. Damage has evened out pretty much completely. So, not as it was in the first minute. And Dylan's running out of ammo. He doesn't have the guns to be defensive. There we go, picks up a rocket launcher. Very important gun on this map. And chance to get this shock ammo, but Crytek's kind of baiting it a bit. Oh, great rocket, and that kind of screws Dylan. Because he's not going to be able to get enough armor. Well, I guess the 25's up. But this belt's coming up shortly. Crytek's still super stacked. And Dylan running in the opposite direction whenever possible. And Crytek's going to catch him. This will happen eventually. You can't run forever. Oh, but no. Crytek's allowed Dylan to get onto the belt. Very sneaky play by Dylan. And a great direct rocket. Crytek could reasonably go down here, but Dylan knows the 100 armor's up. If he takes that, then Crytek's stuffed. Only got 58 armor. I've never seen someone play this plus pack. Oh, the tri-rockets from Crytek. Eventually it's going to pay off. I mean, we saw it pay off earlier. But he's so low 5 HP. If Dylan knew he'd not be using shock rifle, but Crytek will finish the job for him. And won't offer up a spawn frag. As Dylan struggles a bit on the ramp, but it's not going to matter. This shield belt's coming up soon. Dylan positioning himself well for it. Now expecting Crytek will come from the rocket launcher. I think I might actually concede this belt. A bit unfortunate, but realizing the mistake was dropping down there to the 50 health. Ooh, a lot of shock ammo, and that's potentially bad. But it has a route to get onto the shock rifle nonetheless. 100 armor's up, but he doesn't actually need it. So he's not going to take it. That's so Dylan. Oh man. That combo's huge. I mean, to be fair, if Dylan had taken the 100 armor, then Crytek wouldn't have been able to get it there. So it did kind of bite him, that decision. Oh, what a rocket. But this defensive damage from Dylan is just outrageous. Actually got more damage than Crytek.
1 minute remains.
He knows this belt's coming up. Might just leave, honestly. Oh, Crytek, so close to the belt and will concede with a minute left. Very Dylan experience right there. And credit to him, it works. He's excellent at it. And we could potentially be going to the last map of the day. Of course, this is a knockout game in the lower bracket, so whoever loses this series goes home. And whoever wins advances to one of the latest stages in the lower bracket. So still very realistic that some of these players make it all the way. It'll be a big, long lower bracket run for some of these guys. So we move on to map 2, which I've already forgotten already. Never mind. We'll see in a minute. Seven to 2 belts, pretty brutal. But as you would expect, pretty low scoring game. Have I crashed or something? Erase. Now this is Crytek's pick. And it's a very different map to Leah. Much more open. And generally much faster. You can get around it much quicker as well. Sorry, I'm listening to the automatic audio intro from the server. It's just fancy talking. But I imagine Dylan will be back at his PC pretty shortly. And I'm expecting this to go a little bit differently. I mean, I have seen Dylan in the past win an erase game 1-0 against a player that he probably could have beaten like 21. But he has a playstyle and he sticks with it. So if anyone was to make a low-scoring erase game happen, it would be Dylan. But I'm imagining that Crytek has other plans. And just in general, much harder on erase to play defensively. You can really get in people's faces with the lift jumps and the ramp dodges, etc. Just witnessing some headshot practice. I don't know where Dylan is. He said BRB. There we go, I hear him now. Should be underway pretty shortly. Map 2 is going to begin. And the scenes don't work, wonderful. Love that. Don't you love how OBS just randomly breaks and the only way to fix it is to restart everything? Yeah, the finals, all the finals and the remainder of the tournament will be tomorrow. As we start off from Dylan's POV. He's 1 point up, or 1 map up, I should say. And it's a classic shock sniper trade. Dylan with the sniper is going to hit the first shot, and that puts Crytek on the back foot. Will secure the health though, so that means he can take another shot, which takes some of the pressure off. And Dylan's going to hold weird off angles with the sniper. Ooh, dives in with the minigun. Nearly punished. But he's actually just decided to leave and go take the 50, which is fair enough. If a fight is suboptimal, Dylan won't take it. He's just running away. It's hilarious. Has lost most of that 50 armor, but does take a shot at Crytek. And I get the impression he's just going to give up this belt. Maybe throw a rocket down there. Ooh. Kind of risky playing around that combo there. And that does mean he has to go for health. And I think Crytek knows where he is, so Dylan better watch his head. As I said, much harder to run away on this map. Crytek's got that vantage point at the top, and Dylan's going to have to hang around with this 100 armor. Ooh, misses the dodge, takes a single shot primary. Crytek's got great position on the 100 armor. He doesn't need to take the 100, and he can afford to push just a little bit, just prod and poke at Dylan. But doesn't want to leave it too long, and we'll probably just take the 100 after that self-damage. And Crytek's stack is building. Rocket is a near miss from Dylan. Yeah. Crytek, even on this map, favouring the attempted headshots, the high damage options. Dylan's making an aggressive move onto the belt and is punished completely by that fantastic combo from Crytek. So patient. And here's the 100 armor spawning in just a second. Dylan doesn't have the options, so he's going to have to back off entirely. Crytek, he can play around this a little bit. And those couple of sniper shots are going to force him back onto the 100. But he's looking in good shape compared to Dylan stack-wise, but these rockets from Dylan are good. And this fight still has the potential to swing. No player hitting shots, though. As Dylan dives in with the rockets, Crytek is down low as well, and it's traded frag. Dylan had no right winning that fight. But does eventually. Crytek gets the shock spawn and knows his 100's coming up soon. Dylan's already there, though. And we'll grab that rocket launcher. Crytek instead actually going for the belt and almost a fantastic combo, but decides not to detonate. And a perfectly placed rocket by Dylan. Predicting Crytek's movements ahead of time. And he heard the shock spawn, so he's not going to push aggressively on that 100 armor. Instead going to try and look for some damage on the 50. This belt's just giving him so many options here. Completely healed off all that damage now. And Crytek has to back away. Dylan knows exactly where he is, going for those health packs. And he can make a slightly aggressive move over towards the sniper. Denying those hit scan guns from Crytek as well. It's pretty crucial. We saw how strong he is for the sniper against Aiko. And the damage is looking pretty consistent. Oh, another big combo from Crytek, but potentially a huge one from Dylan. Does no damage though. And Crytek's forced himself onto the 100 armor. Dylan gonna fake the lift so that Crytek can't follow him down there, and then defend the only other entrance, which was from above, and walk away with that belt. Needs the shock ammo. It's not up. Oh, the self-rocket on the wall. Dylan's down low. Crytek hits a nice shock primary, and the 100 armor's spawning. Dylan goes down to a huge combo as well, so it's 2-point lead for Crytek on his map pick. But still, it's a race. Not over yet. Far from it. Oh, I'm amazed that flak shot missed. It's Dylan making his presence known on the 100 armor. but has to back off because he will die to one shock primary. Knows Crytek's following him. Crytek makes the smart switch to the sniper rifle, picks off Dylan. And now Dylan trying to make a play for the 100 armor, but Crytek comes down from low. Didn't expect that. The only option Dylan has is to drop directly on this belt, which I think he will. Oh my god. Dropped from the wrong side, and that means that Crytek's able to finish him off with a couple of direct rockets. Starting to go a little bit out of control for Dylan. He's certainly a player that can pick up the pace when he wants, but generally doesn't feel comfortable doing that. And he is making a play for this 100 armor. I really like that move. Recognizing that he has to push, huge combo from Crytek, and Dylan risks the jump down to the shock. Could have gotten spawned on there, but kind of had to go for it. As there's a long-range aim battle for Crytek, which he definitely wants to take. Dylan has no health options. And it's now down to 10 health. Not going to be able to contest this belt. Oh, nice off angle from Crytek as well. Dylan nearly walked into that headshot. And the belt goes to Crytek. So Dylan's going to be left scrambling for HP bubbles before he can even start to stack up in vials and try and equal Crytek's stack. Actually moving in to zone Crytek off a bit. You can catch people in this corner of the map with some combos. And this is it's an awkward fight because neither player wants this 100 armor, but neither player wants the other player to take damage and then heal said damage off. So Crytek winning that engagement. Not by much though, just one shot primary. And then Dylan's left looking for more armor. Damage now well in the favor of Crytek, 600 ahead. And Dylan's going to have to start making his move. Still 4 frags behind. There's a great rocket, and that's pretty much one in the belt, unless Crytek pulls off another great combo, but he doesn't. Now down low. Dylan's got great position to get onto this 100 armor. He's got all the ammo he needs. He's actually going to choose to push a bit. I like this move from Dylan. Knows he has to chase. Great rocket from Dylan. And now he's going to take the kill nice and slow, knowing that if Crytek spawned on the 100 there, he had a chance to take it. A good awareness by Dylan, and a huge combo. Really important. That's going to force Crytek to run away. A direct rocket as well to chase. Now only 2 points in it. This is well within the realms of possibility. And he heard the flak spawn as well. He will hear those vials. Ooh, nearly fell down. And a great flak bomb by Crytek. So Dylan's forced to back off at least to this next 100 armor. But I don't think Crytek has any hit scan just yet. What a flak ball. Crytek's been hitting so many good flak balls this tournament. And now I think Dylan's going to make a one or two... can't speak. I think Dylan's going to want to make a move here. Hit the first shot, but one was returned. You see how patient he is, but don't know if it's working to his favor. Crytek's winning these long-range aim duels fairly consistently. And because Dylan plays so patiently, sometimes just losing the fight by one shot means he kind of backs off and gives Crytek enough space to stack up again, although that sniper's going to be the signal for Dylan to move in. He knows. Oh, that's strange. Strange rocket there. And he knows Crytek's so low. Dylan's going for that health denial. And I love that cutoff so much. Perfect read by Dylan. And he's going for this this shield belt, but not before jumping up to the sniper to potentially catch a spawn frag. He has 1 minute to win this game. And Crytek denies the shot combo. Great combo by Dylan. He will pick up the 50 armor though, so Dylan needs a little bit more than just one sniper to take down Crytek. 40 seconds. And this is the risk you take by playing so slow. He has to push now. Crytek's going to know exactly where he's coming from. The tri-rockets might have just sealed the game for him. I mean, it's felt like Dylan's been in control this whole game, but he's actually been chasing the whole time. And he has to push. Ooh, these projectiles from Crytek are so smartly placed. With 17 seconds, Dylan's got to make a move. Crytek's hold up in this corner here. And the tri-rockets from Crytek are great. And Dylan goes down, unable to make up the deficit, despite having control for so long. Close games between these two. And actually, dead even on the 100 armors. So pretty similar overall in terms of armor pickup. A few more belts for Dylan. And we move on to map 3. I'm not going to bother with my stinger this time because it's just going to break the OBS scene, I'm sure. But tiebreaker will be solo. And we saw how good Crytek was on this map against Aiko earlier. Might be a different game though. I mean, in general, it looks like Dylan is more than a match for Crytek on these slower maps. The player's probably going to get straight into it. This will be the last game of today. And then we'll pick up the tournament again tomorrow and finish off the big matches at the top. Oh, Crytek's left. Probably doing a restart. Pre-alpha, guys. Another thing that's great about Dylan's game is his movement. Played many thousands of hours of 2K4 trials, so you'd expect him to have good movement. I'm expecting a reconnect anytime now. Here we go. Crytek's back in the server. And I have to listen to this lift going up and down and up and down. There we go, have fun is called. And the scene stays correct this time round. Moving in to map 3, the decider of this series. Whoever loses this is knocked out of the tournament. And whoever wins goes and faces one of the losers of tomorrow's first match. Will be Crytek spawning on the shock, Dylan getting that sniper rifle. And early damage exchange, Crytek gets the first shot, but okay, it does hit the second eventually. And Dylan hitting nothing but air. Still just gonna hard scope. Look for the headshot. But all the damage going the way of Crytek, and I mean, you can see Dylan wants to judge down to that 50 armor. And risks it and dies. And eats another sniper from across the map. And this might be a bit of a consistent theme here. Crytek doing damage from long range. There are loads of sightlines on this map. Especially if you're up around where Crytek is now, near the link gun. You can shoot all across the map. And this is a weird fight. Because Dylan has to make a choice of where he spawns now. Oh, Crytek's going to be all over that belt. I really would have preferred to see him take a 100 armor spawn. It goes down to the flak, and Crytek's 3-0 up. This is a fast start compared to the last couple games. Big rocket fight. No one really doing too much damage, and the rockets are missed by Crytek. Both players down low. But the 100 armor's coming up soon. It's Dylan who has the better positioning. And we'll make the wall dodge up there. Actually going to push out a little bit. I like the thought. And it's Belt, next item to play for. Dylan, here's Crytek go up the ramp where the vials are. And is now trying to defend against the shock rifle. This is really hard to do on this map. Because if he dodges down, he's just going to eat a combo. Just like that. And does take the belt, but dies in the process. And he's 4-0 down. We are a quarter of the way through this game. And I feel like not the pace that Dylan wants to be playing at. Feels like Dylan controlled the pace all over Erase. Despite losing. But definitely feels like Crytek setting the pace this time round. As Dylan's left with only the 50 armor to work with. Even the 25 is denied. As he sneaks up on the 100 armor. Chance for some damage here. Actually knocks Crytek down, but still has to respect the shock rifle. And that's why shock is so important on this map. As Crytek actually moves in with the rocket launcher, Dylan goes down. Belts up in 5 seconds. Dylan chooses the sniper spawn. And I mean, he has to hit a headshot here. He's going to walk into a combo. Oh! And rockets himself. That's a tilter right there. This is not the position he wanted to be in. And he's going to be kicking himself that he didn't maybe push that Erase game slightly sooner. It was so close. Feels more in reach than this does. There we go, the 100 armor finally spawns. Dylan's moving in a bit, but the flak from Crytek is strong. And he didn't have enough health under that armor by the time he actually picked it up. Now down by 7. As he's trapped in a corner. And the concession after 3 minutes. Dylan's had enough. And maybe a little bit tilted. Well, never mind, eh? So Crytek advances in the lower bracket. Dylan, we say goodbye to another European. Good showing, though, from Dylan. Taking down Yi, 4th seed, and making it this far in the lower bracket. But that's all we have for today. So I'm going to sign off. I don't know if you guys can hear it on the microphone, but my voice is destroyed, and I have to talk for another 5 hours tomorrow. So I will not say too many words other than thank you for watching. Hope to see you all here tomorrow. Will be the even more hype games. I mean, if you thought today was stacked, we're going to see even more stacked games tomorrow. So do tune in for that. Hope to see you there.